सागरे गपगरे गपधा पगरे ग सारे
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've all been waiting for. Throughout many seasons, weeks, months, and honestly, a lifetime, we are finally standing at the pinnacle of the Upsurge Premier League. Welcome to the finals. I will be your host, as always, Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man of the internet. And I'm joined here by my side by my main man, bro.
Sir.
With me through thick and thin, Mr. Beat Down Boulevard. What's good with you, baby?
Dude, I'm doing great, Ravi. Super hyped up to be here on the finals with you yet again here at UPL. And yo, Ravi, real quick,
What's up,
who else
man?
we got here with us?
Well, let me tell you what's up, man. It's like, bro, y'all know we had the finals. Y'all know we had to bring in the big
That's
guns,
right.
baby.
Yeah.
So, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce to you all the most wholesome e-boy on the internet,
What's his name?
Mr. Mark Rafa Alexander Arambide.
I didn't even know you could roll your R's like that.
Holy! I didn't realize I was gonna get that kind of an intro on the UPL, but I guess now you guys are technically are you still UPL or are you now officially unified?
It's
We're
the
technically
UPL. The U
UPL,
just
but
now
like,
means unified.
mm,
I was about to
so
say the way you opened up the desk, I was like, I can leave if you two want to get a room real quick, before we start off. It was really cute, But then the spotlight came on me. I was like, all right, you know what? Let me get out real quick.
There you go.
But
There you
you
go.
flatter me too much. I appreciate being here. I'm looking forward to a very hype grand finals tonight.
I'm sure as we all are, though, and I appreciate you bringing that up here, man. But before that, I want to take a look back on memory lane and how we got here. Okay, that's it. So let's go on moving forward to the
Oh,
matchup in onto
okay.
tonight. Yeah, that was gonna be it. Of course, the best of the best in the pinnacle of what we have going on for the in terms of the teams that made it safe that made it this far are going to be AOE's Will Kittens versus Revival. Now, B, you gotta remember is that Revival, we've seen them in this position before. They're able to take the crown last time, and with them going into this position, if they win against AOE tonight, be the second roster, they will be one of three teams win the UPL to be back to back finals two-time champions, which is absolutely fantastic.
And I think the thing that's most interesting about this matchup is these two teams have played each other before. Both of these rosters did clash during the Excellency Pinnacle League finals as well, and that was a banger of a matchup going all the way to 5 games here. The question is, are things going to change again? Are Revival once again going to get the better of Will's Kittens, excuse me, is the question I am looking forward to. I think this time around, Dark Wings was not on the roster when Revival won, so I think that's definitely some points in AOE Will's Kitten's favor.
Exactly. Yeah, there've been a lot of back and forth, a lot of different roster changes, but the growth that we've seen from both these teams has been exponential. Now, Mark, you were talking a bit more about your own experience with Revival, seeing how them grow, specifically with Plup, I believe. Sorry, Plux.
Yeah, Plux was someone that I got to actually sit down and do an interview with for Initiative back in the, I want to say the tail end of January, near the beginning of February. And Ryan is someone that has experienced a lot of growth within a short amount of time. When he first got to Challenger and talked about him wanting to be taking the game super seriously, and then he got into Scouting Grounds for his first year back in 2020 last fall. He didn't have the best team setup, as he is someone who was trying to how should I say this? He was the champions that were in the meta didn't suit his playstyle at the time because he hadn't practiced them as much. But once he and Revival got to have that sit down near the beginning of February after Risen Champions for the spring circuit season of Proving Grounds, Revival, you guys saw how much of an incredible turnaround they had during Redacted League, during
Thank
the
you.
spring
Whew.
circuit. We don't mention that cursed name in this
No, we do
household
not.
anymore. But that they made it all the way to the finals, and they put a valiant effort up against no org at the time. And even though now they are rocking a new jungler in Pulp versus Cyber, based on what we saw over at the open qualifiers, they're doing just as fine, if not better.
Yeah, and that's the thing too that's really impressive about Revival's switch up here. I was a fan of Cyber while he was on the team, but switching it out and hearing from the team that they needed a jungler that plays more towards Sudsy. And like we all know when we talk about Revival, it is a lot about their mid laner in Sudsy and how they play through him. He is the big setup. And the fact that they have improved and how Pulps has helped facilitate that, I think is something to be praised too, like you mentioned.
And speaking of Sudsy as well here to Beta, I would be remiss if I did not bring up his other mid lane matchup, him going up against Darkwings, who not only has been a staple in the amateur scene, but as well a name to be feared in the mid lane as well. Now we just saw in the Cup OQs where AoE's Wilkins did make it quite handily 4-0 with their overall record. And one of the biggest proponents of them making it there was Darkwings, bro. This man is an absolute beast. His deep champion pools and his ability to flex around the map is one to be watched out for. So let's talk a bit about AoE here, because like, yo, I think they're bringing some heat too, man.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an understatement. Again, we got to give credit to Darkwings, like you mentioned, easily one of the best mid laners playing in Proving Grounds in the spring split that just finished recently. And of course, probably going to be the same in this upcoming split as well. So between that, and it's worth noting, it will be Trickster, not RBM, playing for them this time around here. It's still a really strong mid-jungle duo there for the side of AoE, and I still imagine that there are a lot of strengths for this roster to work with. It's just the thing I'm curious, and I'm guessing we're going to get pretty close to the whole how do we think it's going to go? What are the numbers going to be? But I think this is why this will probably be a decently close matchup, despite me not predicting how you might think.
Now we will get into predictions just as of yet, though. But
I
I
can't
like
bait
you
it yet.
raise that match. No, no, don't do that to yourself, though. But let us actually try to break down what we might end up seeing tonight in terms of that matchup. You know, on the side of Revival, like you mentioned, a lot of focus be going towards Sudsy. On the side of AoE, though, just talking to Riley a little bit before, they genuinely believe that not only are they greater than the sum of their parts, they describes themselves as the 5 parts of Exodia all coming on together. Now, Mark, as a Yu-Gi-Oh fan myself, and like I know that we're deep in the ground for those cards, fan. Do you truly believe that AoE has all 5 parts? Do they have no bad cards in their grandpa's deck?
I mean, bro, I got the Millennium Ankh for a reason, man. You know, you already know. And once you have all 5 pieces of Exodia assembled, there's no turning around. You instantly win. Now, I don't even know if there's any Proving Grounds team in looking forward to the summer circuit has an Exodia team. There's a lot of strong rosters out there, but a lot of them, especially new combinations of individuals, knowingly, we have Darkwings coming from the former Zeus Gaming roster now onto AoE. And then, of course, once we get into the summer circuit, when we have RBM stepping into the jungle, also coming from Zeus Gaming roster, even if they're at the full power, we have members like Faisal and Sketchstreams very hyped up, unproven for me personally, as I haven't seen them much, but it's mostly based on the word of coaches like Morgan, ADFX, who is the head coach over at Wildcard Gaming. When I had a conversation with him about a couple months ago, I was asking him, based on who are some upcoming top laners that you think are not getting enough, look and praise for that they should be kind of on the up and up. Quacker was one of them. Obviously, he's going to hype up his boy, but Faisal was the other top laner that he mentioned. And now that Faisal went from, I don't even remember what roster he came from, but it wasn't one of the top PG teams that was left in the tournament, let alone made it all the way into the spring Proving Grounds we just had last month. But now he's on AoE. And if they are one of the top teams that qualified into Challenges Uprising starting, next week, there's got to be a reason that Faisal has made it into this roster here.
Speaking of Faisal, like you mentioned, man, Riley as well, their GM for AoE was really hyping up as well. He believes that Faisal's going to be the next star top laner, and him going up against Concept will be really the true test for him. If he's able to go head to head, toe to toe against Concept of X, then I think everything's going to be A-okay. The hype will have been worth it, maybe the test will be succeeded, but whether it's A or not is a real question. So moving on forward here, gentlemen, what I want to know as the predictions come on below us, why you had this just real quick beat starting off with you.
Okay, so I think even though we have seen some roster shakeups from when these teams last faced each other. I still firmly believe in how skilled Revival are. Is part of this is from what I've seen from their semifinals matchup that was last week. Yes, it was AOE randoms, not AOE Wills Kittens, but I think that team cohesion, and I said this even weeks prior to that when Revival were really ramping up going into playoffs. If they continue playing on that level, I don't think anybody in this league can actually come out and best them. And I still think that's true despite how much improvements I've seen from AOE Wills Kittens. I think they'll take a game. I think they'll make it look tough. But ultimately, I think Revival come out on top.
Damn. Mark, are you feeling the same, brother, or do you have a different mindset, perhaps?
On the screen, it shows you.
I was gonna
Even though
say.
that Revival,
I know.
Revival have had the least amount of changes, they're coming in with the most tested roster. I'm actually putting a lot of faith in Darkwings, Mr. Isaac Chow, who I believe is going to be one of the best mid laners to be looking at towards this spring or this summer circuit. And the meta has really shifted into the kids pool. And if you guys don't remember from last year or how his progression came to be at this point, he started off as a solo queue star, winning the Red Bull 1v1 competition. And then within a short amount of time, really adapted into a high-paced competitive environment, competing with Zeus Gaming, gaining a lot of information and knowledge from veterans like Alorum, competing with him. So even though he doesn't have RBM at his side, Trickster, I think, is going to be doing just enough of a fine job to be able to set up Darkwings for success here in the series tonight.
I have to see what goes down between these two right now. Now, a little bit of a split desk, but ultimately the crown for who will be the king of analysts rests upon this fate. So we'll pass it off to our casters here for tonight, Travesty and Rebel Fox. The next into game number 1 is BO5 for the finals right here. Take it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Unify. We are getting into the finals, man. I've been sitting here bouncing up and down in my chair, waiting for it to hit 8 p.m. EST, ready for the games to get underway. My name is Travesty. I am joined here with my absolute full course of a meal co-caster, Rebel Fox. Rebel, how you doing, man?
Actually, you know what? I've had a terrible day because I woke up really sick. The only thing that could actually get me out of bed is UPL, and especially UPL finals. So I said, nuts to this sickness, nuts to all this feeling bad. I got League of Legends to cast, and that's why we're here right now, baby. We're here for Revival versus Wills Kittens. This is going to be a banger matchup. These two teams are absolutely insane, and all I want to do is start because, again, I've been sick all day. This is the only thing that got me up out of bed today, and it's driving me up a wall right now because my energy is spiking from being in bed all day.
Rebel's like, I'm done with being down with the sickness. I'm not down with it whatsoever. Ooh, get it out of here. We're going into what is going to be an exciting grand finals between these two teams. And both of them have some really, really great storylines. One wants to make their splash in their debut year here inside of the amateur scene. And then you got another side where they got the second place and they want to get that first place. They want to hold up the trophy. They want to be at the top of the pendulum.
Yeah, last year, or at least last split here inside of the UPL, what we saw from Revival was that they were able to get to finals, but they didn't have the firepower to take down ISU. They went through a little bit of like a resurgence period. Their bot lane had to come back. They went through a different jungler, things like that. Now Pulp's been introduced. Concept is back, and at probably a higher level we've seen him since, I mean, pretty much the beginning of Revival's inception, back at the beginning of Scouting Grounds at the beginning of the year. And this whole roster has really started to come together into this powerhouse that we expected them to be at the beginning of their run in Proving Grounds back in January, February. But like you said, on the other side, AOE's Will Kittens, they want to make their splash as like this introduction to their organization. We've already seen them do amazing things in the qualifiers and things for Proving Grounds, but this is the first tournament we saw them actually get introduced to. This is the first place we're really getting a fantastic view of Faisal. Trickster's getting another chance. Sketch is getting a really good chance to show us what they can do, and they've been amazing thus far. There are two teams that are just going to be at each other all the time. We talked about how violent we think this series is going to be, and I'm hoping that we actually get to live up to that.
I'm hoping so too, because these are two teams. You talked about it briefly there about how these teams in other competition, we're seeing Proving Ground circuit. It's starting to pick up. We're starting to see those first games get played out. The open qualifier for Cup happened here very recently. And these are teams that were able to mark their spot inside of the qualifier before any of the LCS affiliated orgs. So these are amateur organizations that everybody has their eyes on because, you know, they made a statement already there. Now it's time for them to make another statement, but this time they got to do it against each other, and they've got to make the plays against each other, find their way into this. And I'm with you, man. I want to see what kind of interesting things we've got, because this has been some fantastic stuff to be able to see some drafting. I don't know if you can hear my cat right now. My cat's getting popping off. My cat wants to see the draft already, man.
Yeah, well, I think we're all excited to see the draft. I love that both mid laners, like Darkwings, he's been kept on a leash a bit when he was on Zeus Gaming. You saw a lot of Syndra, a lot of Orianna. But every once in a while, he just gets to bust out something crazy. I remember in playoffs when they were playing, he busted out a Kiana. That's been rising in priority. And Sudzu, we know, has got like the champion Ocean's Ocean, where he just will literally play anything under the sun. I feel like red side for either mid laner is going to be fantastic, and that's where these kind of counter picks are going to be leading to eventually during this drafting phase. But coming back to, I guess, the Proving Grounds point, which is second split of Proving Grounds just starting right now, or at least we're about to kick things off immediately. These two teams qualified in the first 8 to get into Challenges Uprising, which is a big comment on just how talented that these rosters are comparative to everybody else. And this is the first real chance we've seen in a best of 5 situation any of these rosters really get to interact. This is the best thing we'll have as a preseason game setup to get into Challenges Uprising, the rest of Proving Grounds as we continue. And these are two of the teams that are going to be looking to qualify as amateur squads and take on those academy veterans.
And really, you're getting to see this talent kind of get fostered up, being brought up inside of these teams. And you talked a bit about the flexibility and how these champions are going to be able to play out. I'm also very excited on what the flexibility is going to be here inside this draft. There's been a lot, especially in between the solo lanes, man, where we've seen this huge change inside the jungle where we're seeing more AP junglers come into fruition. And it's kind of shaking up the pool in both top and mid lane quite a bit. And it's been very, very fun to be able to watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going into the draft here, seeing what we got. We got Revival on the blue side, AOE Wills, Kittens over onto the red side, and we have to see exactly what is going to be the first ban. What is going to be the statement from these teams here?
One big thing I think we could pay attention to over the course of this series, for AOE, Trickster actually does a fair amount of carrying. When you look at damage numbers compared to other junglers, when you look at Kales and things like that, a lot of it actually goes to Trickster, at least a fair chunk more than normal junglers. And Pulp doesn't typically play a bunch of the mages, instead has opted for a lot more of that like counter mage type territory, where you're talking about like Nocturnes in the pool, Lee Sins in the pool a little bit, but more so it's the Kindred that pops up quite a bit, things like that are really there for Pulp to try to aggress with. I'm curious if we end up completely skewing away from like not only like the Hecarim Udyr that we saw back in the day, we actually pretty much just now at Udyr, but also start to skew away from like Morgana and things like that have popped up, and we just get into pure carry territory, which would be exciting beyond belief. We already have the Rumble taken off the board. I'm curious if one of these brings out Morgana, because at that point our jungle pools get a lot more interesting.
And you talked about the carry pool too. We also have champions like Diana that are popping up inside of the meta as well. And even like, I don't know if you've experienced the nightmare that is the Night TP Akalis that have been running around, man. But that's even something that's nightmare fuel for me, man. But also, I mean, we have some champions that have risen up after patch notes. We've seen a lot of champions actually rise up and whatnot. One champion I've been very fond of actually is Kale. And I would be excited to see if we do get to see any Kill come out here, as that's a very, very strong champion currently.
Yeah, I've gotten the chance to play Kale a couple times, and I'm absolutely convinced she's insanely busted right now. But it is kind of difficult to slot her in outside of top lane. The question is Faisal versus Concept, who's going to play? If anything, Concept's the one with the goofy pool, right? Because he he plays some of the standard stuff, but you also know him as like the Wukong one trick, who was like amazing at that champion. Has a bunch of other stuff. We talk about like Nocturne's there, Stinged is there. Nocturne you saw just got banned out. The reason why is the triple flex between Concept, Pulp, and Sudsy. All three will play. It's kind of nuts. But things like that are a little bit more up the kind of the sleeve of Revival rather than anything else. So I don't expect a lot of Kale, but I like what you're going down, which is there's a bunch of champions that are starting to enter the meta now that stuff is getting brought back down after some of the jungle changes. And that means that some of these wacky stuff like Singe Top that we've seen before from Concept have to be considered for like later in the series. And especially in a best of 5, that drafting capital is super valuable.
And you can actually see these teams are taking their time to go through the bans here, which is something that is very interesting. That means both these teams are more than likely, they're trading blows back to back against each other, haymaker after haymaker inside this ban. They're like, oh, okay, we don't get this, we don't get this. And I'm going to be very curious. Revival, you have first pick for yourself here. I wonder what kind of power they got planned for themselves as Lee Sin's been taken off the table.
Yeah, you don't really want to give that one away. That's not really a concept champion. If anybody, that's a Sudsy champion, but Sudsy with Lee Sin is not a Lee Sin that you really want to play against. I think they might have busted that out last week in their semifinal where they took a 3-0 over top of another really good team, which was Randoms. AOE Randoms actually had a really solid set against the side of EGP last week to also qualify in that first of 8. Revival beat them 3-0 last week in extremely convincing fashion. So, like, Revival's beaten the sister team. They know what to do. Biggest thing I wanted to see changed, their bottom lane went super passive last week. You're talking, they went, like, I think it was Vayne into Kai'Sa, which isn't a bad matchup, but then they'd also Lulu, so it's kind of a squishier bot lane. And the other one was Ezreal Yuumi, and they got run over by Sketchstreams and Fizzy. I gotta see them make some adaptation to have better range protection this week. Otherwise, again, the worry is that Sketchstreams will just pop off the same way he did in their previous meeting.
And you really have to keep that in mind, right? You talked about the previous meeting. There's that bit that's always going to play in your head the last time you went against each other, but we are seeing some priority down here on the bot side here. Varus being taken off the table as the first pick, which makes perfect sense, but over on the other side, Jinx grabbed up for Sketch here, and now the question of what else do they want to grab for themselves here?
Man, the problem I'm already seeing is that, like, Will's Kittens, when they beat down Revival in a 2-0 in 2 sub-25-minute victories, Jinx had like 30 combined kills over both games. Sketch Dreams with this champion goes super hard, and especially into what he did last time with Revival. I'm really shocked they're willing to play this unless they've got something prepared for it. You also like that Thresh to be paired with it because it allows you to play really aggressively, position further up with that range, drop rockets into the enemy team, still get pulled out, or just go aggressive because you got CC to pair with it. Now, I wonder if Tom Kedge is on the board here. I know Plux doesn't play too much of the Tom Kedge. Isn't really his style of champion. Likes the Enchanters quite a bit more instead.
Yeah, well, we are going to see a Nautilus that looks like to get locked in. Nautilus, Leona, those are two champions that were also on the board if you want to just go for dominating the laning phase. And if you decide they want to lock that in, now Revival, what do you want to pick? What do you got here? I imagine they're going to try and pick up some sort of priority, maybe in the jungle pool here, maybe, Cole, but they have a lot of flexibility between the top side of the map, so there ain't no telling.
Something flexible would be huge here. Okay, Morgana's the other option. I thought it seems like both teams were at least considering waiting on jungle picks, but Revival's the first one to make that splash because they're okay, we get Morgana here. If they pick something, like I said, in terms of what's on the board, Udyr is still available, which it can match the clear speed, have some really good impact into Morgana, not particularly difficult to just try to like outrun bindings and things like that. It's still a skill matchup, still goes back and forth as we've seen at MSI where both sides of the matchup can certainly win, but it is a really good pick for Pulp here, and now Will's Kittens, you get something really good to try to put into this. Olaf is obviously the choice. The alternative was you go like blind pick with like Orianna or something out of the mid lane for Dark Wings, but there's so much left in the mid pool available. I love that they're willing to take this jungler here just so it can't get pinched any further.
Plus, we've talked about it many times, right? Red side is the most exciting to see what the possibilities could be. They feel endless when you look at Sudsy Darkwings and what they might be able to pull out against one another. So now we're going into that second fan phase here. And I am curious on where your targets lie. I'm guessing it looks like from AOE World, they say, all right, get rid of Wukong, maybe get rid of another tricky top laner from Concept. Revival? I'm kind of curious. Do they ban away some of these pocket picks and Darkwings?
Good question. I think it's right now. I think if your AOE's Will Kittens, you don't want to give counterpick over to the side of Sudsy, so they should be blinding top lane mostly. Actually, that's a really weird discussion because like Sudsy can counterpick you with pretty much anything, right? So if you just go blind pick mid laner, you know you're gonna get counterpick for the most part. Whereas if you save it for Faisal can also get a decent lane coming out. And Darkwings is a really good laner with something like Orianna Syndra. We've seen that develop really heavily over the course of the previous split when he was on that team of Zeus Gaming. And so maybe they're willing to do that. In fact, actually, I think I'm actually more in favor of that rather than pinching the top pool or the mid pool. You just blind pick an Orianna. It doesn't matter. Something's in the back pocket for Sudsy. You're not banning him out. Instead, you ban away top laners, you wait for that counter pick, and you remove the pool of Concept to get Faisal a better matchup since Darkwings probably can handle himself into Sudsy.
I also really like the fact that we are seeing some very flexible champions getting taken off the board. We got Wukong, we got Lucian taken off the board. Over on Revival, they've taken away Sylas. Lots of champions that can be flexed around in multiple roles and could be strong inside of a vacuum. And Orianna taking off the table, you were talking about it. We've seen Darkwings be very, very solid on control mages in the mid lane. Not going to be able to play the premier one.
is curious. I'm also really curious, actually, if Faisal is willing to kind of flex this Olaf. We've seen certain matchups for Olaf go pretty heavily, go towards top, where like if you've got the right for specific matchups. I've seen it into like tanks a lot, and then also like Aatrox is another big one where sometimes people opt for that. I don't think it's a perfect matchup by any standard, but I think Faisal is capable of doing that. So this is a curiosity. Lulu would go pretty crazy here because you know it's not going support, so it's going to one of the solo lanes. You don't quite know which one, and now also, again, if you throw in the caveat of like, okay, Olaf could potentially be your top laner, you still don't necessarily know the jungle pool. You're assuming it's Olaf jungle with like one of the solo lanes being Lulu so far. But that flexibility is really nice for AoE right now. So Revival, they have to get a bit creative, and or they have to just solidify themselves really good lanes for themselves rather than going for counter picks, which they're perfectly capable of doing, but they did ruin a lot of that counter pick potential here.
Yeah, but you blocking the Lulu, we're going to find something to unleash power upon you. Grab the Syndra, and that's going to be on Sudsy here to be piloting this champion. And now we get to see what Concept likes to play it blind here. I'm kind of curious if we'll see like the Aatrox that we've seen so much from Concept when he plays blind, or what it may be.
You guys got tanks in the pool too. There's quite a bit you could go to right now. Urgot's the big one he's been playing in previous weeks, which is pretty interesting. Really good in solo queue, was smashing on it last week, and now going to give him the opportunity with like a bunch of range. So you got Nautilus for a bunch of CC, Morgana for a bunch of CC, Varus for a bunch of CC, Syndra for a bunch of CC. Then all of a sudden you got a meat grinder out in front of you. So there's a good amount of range, good amount of damage, also a lot of burst potential to throw into Olaf. So Revival, they went for comfort in top, they went for in mid lane, I think really good situational, because if it's into Lulu and Olaf, you're good in both of those particular setups. So now it's what does Will's Kittens want to take into the Urgot? I think this is a perfect counter pick. You've got good wave clear with the Gangplank. W takes away that ultimate, so you don't necessarily get pulled. And there's so much CC, you need some ability to try to counteract that. The orange is a perfect way to do so. So Faisal gonna have a bit of protection for himself.
And I also really like from Will's Kittens, right? They do have a lot of tools in their kit, right? We talked about the fact of the engage that Revival has, right? You got Varus, you got Nautilus, you got Morgana, you've got Syndra, you got Urgot. They all have these ways to really jump into the fray and cause a ruckus with some CC and whatnot. Will's Kittens, they actually have a good way of disengaging with this Lulu, the oranges, the Thresh Lanterns. I'm actually very much so a fan of this kind of composition from Will's Kittens. They both have their strengths, and you look both comps, they have their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, for Revival, it feels really heavily like a pick composition, and there's a lot of defensive tools to just kind of get out of dodge from the side of Will's Kittens. They don't have a perfect go button, which I think is their one problem. That would be the combination of like Ragnarok with like the Gangplank ultimate as well. When you throw that Cannon Barrage on top of the enemy team, all of a sudden, you've got 2 or 3 members who on that team are going to be slowed that probably should not be, that all of a sudden you're going to have like a Lulu empowering an Olaf to throw into the midst of that team. It allows Trickster quite a bit of ability to fight in team fights, and also, given the state of what we're seeing, Olaf should be able to have some presence very early. So keep your eyes on Trickster to have a lot of impact through the entirety of the game, and shutting him down is big for Revival's team fight, but it's also really big for that like early game, making sure all these lanes go well, because if Revival, again, if they've got a good amount of gold behind themselves, and they've got all these pick tools, it will be difficult, even with your defenses on the side of Will's Kittens, to actually respond, especially if Scoop goes into like lethality, and all of a sudden you're getting hit from half a screen away with like a Syndra stun, and then an Varus ultimate, you're hitting cleanse, you're getting like a Mikhails and everything, but you're still taking 90% of your health bar just from like little poke abilities every once in a while, which is super hard to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like over on each side, right, you have the potential of raid boss currently going on here. As we saw Concept last week, when he was piloting Urgot, as you mentioned before, was that raid boss was absolutely disgusting, was very hard for anybody to be able to pick up any advantage against, and was very, very strong on this Urgot. Like you said, he's been breaking it out in solo queue and just absolutely demolishing pools. Well, on the other side, you also talked about Sketch on Jinx against the last time that they fought Revival. The scoreline, obscene, absolutely was disgusting. And now you got a Lulu to back it up and a Thresh Lantern to be able to allow yourself to reposition. So, both these teams have kind of set themselves up for this scenario where they can have these big raid bosses inside of their team composition that could be terrifying for either side.
Yeah, there's a couple of carries on Will's Kittens that I'm terrified to look at, where like if Gangplank gets a couple of kills ahead, barrels are going to do so much from a distance here, and it's tough to respond to those on the side of Revival. Same with Jinx, where if she gets excited in a fight, all of a sudden you have the movement speed to dodge out on like findings and stuns and everything that comes out. And if you've got Mikhails and Cleanse and all this CC removal, Jinx just gets to keep running through fight, and she just gets to blow everybody up all at once. Even better, I think the Jinx serves another purpose, which is if you're staying within the power curve of the game, both teams actually love to play into pits, but if you're stuck in the pit, it's much better to have the Jinx than it is to have the Varus if it's going to be lethality Varus. So that means Will's Kittens with a powerful Jinx can legitimately threaten Baron to try to force a fight or try to force the enemy team into an uncomfortable situation. That doesn't really exist on Revival until you get Concept into a decent place with consistent DPS, or if they're finding picks with these pick tools. So that's something else to pay attention to, is control of the river, especially around these later game neutral objectives, will mean a lot of difference.
Yeah, and especially, you look over onto the other side too with the Varus. I want to put a highlight back onto this Varus here because I feel like when we look over towards them, there's a lot of expectations going into the bot side of Revival here. We want to see this Varus Nautilus be able to have some sort of priority, right? This is what you guys chose to have. You put your first pick into the Varus. It's a very, very strong champion, also very flexible in build paths. It's something that we've taught to death over the past couple weeks. It's a very, very good champion right now, and you pair it together with Nautilus. I want to see what they're going to be able to have. What kind of impact will they be able to bring in this bot lane, and do they break them out of this bot lane so maybe this Nautilus can make some roams into the mid lane and put this Lulu far behind, because then it's just a shield. You don't have any of the itemization to back anything up. It becomes a very terrifying time here when all of a sudden the person who's supposed to buff everybody else up is down in levels and the Syndra's just dumping damage into them.
To me, at least, I feel like Scooped and Plux actually have a fair amount of at least pressure riding on their shoulders, only because, again, in their previous series, it wasn't necessarily that they lost the 2-on-2 super hard. It was more so that their opposition was just doing super well. So there's a fair amount of, competition to be had for some redemption. But also, you look at, Concept, and Concept is such a good player. Sudsy's an amazing player. He's been playing for such a long time. We know a bunch about both of those two. Pulp is relatively new to the team, still building their way onto the roster, but Scooped and Plux have now an entire split of experience behind them, and we want to see them develop into not just good players, but top players at their position. And especially if that duo comes together, think of how formidable of a threat that this team becomes when they have a fully stocked Concept and Sudsy, and then Scooped and Plux are operating on a high cylinder. This is a team that gets you into the later stages of Proving Grounds against academy teams as well. The question is, is that the bot lane we get to see? When does that actually show up for us? And I like that they've shied away from that strategy of playing a bit more passive, trying to play for super late, instead go to Varus Nautilus to have some aggression into this duo. And like you said, if they play into that, break them loose, all of a sudden this early game can actually start to look really nice from the side of Revival. And they've got these two amazing solo laners to help themselves out. They don't need to put a bunch of resources because they're going to generate their own as they do all the time.
Which is great too, because amateur in North America, I think it's the one thing where we look at the AD carries, especially we're like, we got talent. Yeah, absolutely. Look at some of the AD carries we got, naming them off. You can go through the list here. And yeah, a lot of these players, especially like you said, they want to present themselves. They want to say, all right, we are here. We are trying to make our names at the very top, right? It's such a big deal for both of these teams here. And like we said at the top of the show, you got a team that's looking to make a bang right off the get-go. You got AOE as an organization coming in fresh, looking to just literally has been knocking people, clocking them every single time, and has been laying in some pretty nasty rosters out there. And on the other side, Revival, the team that everybody was hyped up for at the beginning of last Proving Grounds, fell short of a lot of people's expectations, is here to turn around and show everybody, hey, no, this is the Revival that everybody was hyped for. And honestly, they've been showing that consistently here throughout the UPL, and we are going into game number 1 here, Rebel.
Yeah, we are really excited to see how we start the series off. That there's so much that rides in some of these first games of these first series that makes such a massive difference. And like you were saying also, just to reiterate some of what you were talking about, I think AOE, this is a test for them because Revival, I think their expectations are still sitting as like a top 8 or a top 10 amateur team, one of the teams that could make a jump or a push in the right circumstance to get into Proving Grounds consistently across all iterations with a roster like this. So AOE coming out with a defeat against Revival would be huge as a statement win for their upcoming performance inside of the Proving Grounds and Challenges Uprising, all the other tier 2s that come after, and everything else that comes after that in terms of like qualification and Proving Grounds and such. So this is a really important game, I think, for AOE. Revival winning this, I would say almost should be expectation for our amateur team. So this is AOE's chance to prove that they deserve that their name goes on that list as well. This is their chance to say, all right, big boys, we're here to swing with you as well. The roster they've got certainly, it suggests that they should be capable of doing so. We have players with a very high kind of expectation on them. So this is pretty interesting. All right.
This is very interesting. You were talking about swinging. Pulp swung by to the Raptors here, and you can see this beautiful teamwork, actually. Concept being able to cut off the gangplank, and they know, hey, Olaf's coming, so we go ahead and smite and gets it. That is beautiful team play here. And you can see Jungle's Weak is looking to run him down. He's got red buff. Concept, you got to be careful here, buddy. He's going to have to jump away, and that's 2 flashes being used. What looked like such a cool play ended up costing a lot to Revival.
Did. And it was only the ghost that was used by Trickster so far, and Trickster has the ability to just walk in. This guy is so powerful on this early game Olaf with this red buff that it's easy to just go in and assert your dominance. This is how you play against the Morgana. It's going to happen again. As Pulp has no flash, red buff and Q. That Q didn't land, but the slow is going to be applied anyway because of the red. Unfortunately, because you're still very high health, Trickster is kicking himself that he hasn't taken enough damage to do auto attacks. Now Sudsy's here to support, and there's no movement yet from Darkwing.
Yeah,
really in his Trickster.
He doesn't... No, there's no Lulu in sight. Jungle is weak. Is taking quite a bit of damage. Looking to turn it around. One more auto, and Sudsy finds it. Darkwing's caught out of position here. The binding connect. You can get the Glitter Lance to pick up Pulp, but a double kill to the Syndra.
We at least get the minimum trade of junglers, which is thankful because otherwise there's a potential that Morgana just spikes ahead in this matchup. But Trickster, you know that Olaf's super strong, but you got to have that low health, and level 3 is helpful because of your W, and you don't have that right now. This route puts him in a rough position. It does make him exceptionally dangerous. This shield, there's some breakdown of communication between him and Darkwings because they're waiting, trying to find that right open string. Darkwings is in a rough situation, just has to try to pull something at the end of this, but it is 2 kills in the pocket of Sudsy and a bit of tempo pulled out of the pocket of Trickster in exchange for a bunch of summoner spells here. So ideally, Trickster doubles down on this aggression, tries to go into these lanes and put more, threat onto Pulp. I think that's the best way you could try to salvage this beginning, and he's not leaving the jungle. This is what I want to see. I love this from Trickster, where he just says, this is my Raptor, this is my side of the jungle, I'm taking everything, and there's nothing you can do about it. You see his entire lane setup right now is just needing to support him. Everybody on Revival's trying to buy space to allow for Pulp to come back to farming and do something, but Trickster is not having it.
Yeah, it's not happening whatsoever. Click the lantern, please and thank you, says Fizzy. As he gets him the out of dodge card here. But this is what I love to see here. You find a beginning early strength, right? And you just accelerate. You hit the gas pedal even harder. You've had some things not go too terribly in your favor, but you don't hit the brakes, man. And that's exactly what we want to see on Trickster when he's piloting a champion like Olaf. And seeing right now, the rest of his lanes aren't really in too great of a spot. I'm looking over at this top lane right now where this Forgot's got himself quite a push in there. Scooped, taking some damage. Needs to be pretty precautious of this.
Decent, really actually good trap line from Sketch, who was able to put that in a position not only to prevent Scoop from fleeing, but also for Plux to prevent any hook from coming forward. They do spot out, of course, Trickster. Pulp's here and had taken more camps because there was, you didn't have to go for double invades, which is what Trickster did. Even though the clear speed of Olaf is right up there. He's just Chad walking in yet again, trying to prevent Pulp. That ward is gorgeous also from the side of AoE. They've completely scouted out that Pulp is trying to come here. They're shutting that down immediately, making sure there's no aggression to come through from Pulp. He's still hovering this wave. There's so much time being burnt right now.
Yeah, these junglers, they're going back and forth with each other, and the rewards haven't been too excessively high at this moment in time, right? Like, yeah, there's been time wasted, but Olaf technically did waste a lot of time down there too. So he's going back to his camp, going to be able to get some farm here. And out of all of this, man, there's still a scuttle over in the top side that neither one of these junglers have actually gone and grabbed.
Yes. You see a back from Darkwings actually means that maybe Sudsy could shove this really quickly and have a support there for Pulp. Top lane was the opposite, where it was an immediate back for Concept, but his wave is stacked. Okay, I'm glad we got a chance to see it. Thank you, observers, your god tiers. Because this means that Faisal now is going to have to sit here, wait for this wave to collapse. Now you have double support. Pulp gets to walk in. Trickster does not get to. Fizzy came to topside to try to help things out, but isn't going to be able to get close enough for an aggression against Sudsy. So that's another thing. They are attacking Trickster. This guy's been such an important piece of the side of AOE for the entirety of this split. They recognize that, and they're putting a bunch of pressure into him here on the side of Revival. This is a super smart way to play.
Exactly that, and you can see that both these teams have came in with a plan, right? They both have an idea of what their win condition is and how they want to play out on this match here, especially in game number 1, right? Tempo is such a very important thing inside of a best of 5. These series can go on for a very long time, and you do not want to have that huge defeat that just causes your mental to crash in game 1.
It does. Just keeping track of everything, just kind of keeping track of everyone on the map. Right now, Skook is down a little bit. This is, I think, a little indicative of what we saw in the previous one. There was that handful of minions that kind of had to be sacrificed on the bot side play, but that's pretty much it. I actually don't know if there's anything significantly lost. This is just a CS differential generated by the threat of Fizzy and Sketch Streams in this bottom side. So they're doing a good job. This is what we expected from Sketch Streams on this Jinx, and especially Fizzy, who came away from like TSM Academy. He's got a bunch of expectations on him as well. But at least this Olaf has not accomplished much. Revival still sitting with a gold advantage. Now Faisal in some trouble.
And Faisal's in a big heaping amount of trouble there, but no, ultimates to be able to connect there is going to be good for him. He's going to be able to fight this out. Soul Shackles will come through, but you got an Olaf here, and Concept is out of position. He does have the flash, is going to be able to get away from the Axis. It's going to be a beautiful snare to go over while this is all happening. Sudsy's looking to unleash power in the mid lane, is going to be able to dumpster the damage onto him. Sudsy's on a killing spree.
Extremely well played. Pretty much across the map. Nicely played from Sudsy, finding that kill. Faisal, your health bar. It's not supposed to go that low. I think he went into negative numbers there for a second before the orange actually did.
It's all right. He had an orange. It was in his hand. He was K.
He was eating it as he was taking the death-defying damage. So it's a solid play. Actually, I thought there was going to be a kill come through from Pulp because the level 6 got hit on those minions, but unfortunately just barely didn't have enough damage to end up bringing down Faisal in the midst of that. Now Jungle is weak in a tough situation. Sudsy's level 8 to this level 5.
He's really weak. Yeah, he's
Wow.
weak, especially in the face of Sudsy.
They just keep trying to make sure that Trickster can get some aggressive plays. They're trying to find strikes on the map. Haven't been able to, and that's a punishment massively against Trickster because it takes him off the map. He's not clearing his own camps, and Rift Herald's going to come back to the side of Revival, gets them a gold lead. This is something they build on all the time. They're comfortable losing the first handful of dragons to fight for the later game as long as they've got that gold advantage. We saw that strategy in the previous week work out greatly to a plum from the side of Revival, where their mid game is really where they start striking. They've done a great job of it so far. That was okay.
Laying out the wave clear, man. Put it on.
Wave
Put the
clear,
minions
yeah.
in a box.
It was close to getting a decent like slowdown, and obviously
Yeah.
like you have plenty of range on Sketch, but I know Fizzy probably wants that one back. That seemed a little bit a little aggressive there. It was nice though. I
Jungle
appreciate it.
is weak. Is going in here yet again. Not a lot of mana on Sudsy. Is going to be able to jump away. Is going to be able to use Scatter the Weak as
snag that?
well. It's
Just gotta pull it.
fight over this. Just deny the blue buff from the Syndra.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Yeah, this is very interesting for Jungle. Is the Wild Grove is going to be used, but I mean, Sudsy's just unstoppable. There's not enough HP in the world to be able to survive that, and Concept finds another kill in the river.
They have accelerated Sudsy so ridiculously far ahead on this Syndra that he's able to pretty much do anything. Right there, the competition was for a blue buff, and it's another investment into Trickster trying to get him ahead. He's still level 5. This is a level 8, almost probably a level 9 Syndra, a level 7 Morgana. Not to mention, Concept's been able to find these roams against Faisal with this really solid wave control. Sure, no real advantage except for that one kill in the first turret play taken off the board. But just being able to support these topside fights again and again, this is Revival's bread and butter. Usually Scooped and Plucks, they're able to take more of a backseat, and this topside play, for some reason, AOE has adapted to, is getting punished super heavily. Now Trickster's behind, Darkwings is dramatically behind, and Faisal's at least trying to keep up, hasn't died quite yet, but certainly is going to be behind where the Urgot's going to be for at least the time being for quite a while.
I mean, you look at the bot lane here, you see they have a decent gold lead over their opponent at this current stage in the game, and they're just like, oh lord, what's happening over there inside the top side of the map, right? Like, Sketch is like, hey guys, calm down. And I think that another big thing to think about too is this Olaf is going in for these crazy plays, right? It's a Syndra versus Lulu, and it's not even an AP Lulu, man. Look at this. This is going to be like you're going full support of Lulu at this point in time. You don't have priority. You do not out damage from your mid lane. So it's you gotta, you know, play a little bit more so with that in mind. But hey, they do grab a Drake here. There is no Morgana in the area, so they will be able to secure that.
That there is, but the response play now from the side of Revival is actually on top side with this Rift Herald, and not to mention, Darkwings continues to just take a battering from Sudsy, so they never have the ability to play in mid lane. This might chance for some aggression if the Ragnarok comes out. Sudsy, nice dodge on the first. Yeah. Can he get the burst damage out?
They are laying,
I don't think so.
They got him, so that's going to be an easy secure, and Gameplay's going to be able to find that, which is great for him because Shelly's bearing down on his top tower as he's just trying to farm up some Krugs. And you know, Revival say, all right, we sacrifice our mid. We're trying to grab this tower as a, you know, as our offering.
Yeah, my expectation was Sudsy actually walked super far forward to aggress against Darkwings and probably could have just shoved the wave, walked backwards, and just stayed away from Trickster. Now they respond with bottom lane push. This is working for them, but again, because Scooped goes for some more AD and has that Muramana, you're able to clear this wave with abilities from a decent distance. So it's just 2 plates here for Sketch Streams and Fizzy to split on the bottom side. For the first full tower that Concept picks up on top side that's shared between him and Pulp. So now it's about actually getting Concept and Pulp involved with the remainder of the map. This is where that transition starts to come in, where all of a sudden you see Revival play as 3, 4, 5 members, and this mid game starts to flow back in their favor. Their team fighting starts to come out, and that's the prowess that Revival comes to. This is actually reminding me very heavily of their games from the last week against AOE's other squad, AOE Randoms, and we remember how that result went. It was a very solid 3-0 in their favor. There were some tumultuous moments in those mid game, especially in the later stages, but now the aggression comes down onto AOE from Revival. Pulp's looking for something.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Ragnarok is going to be popped as a result and is going to be able to get away. Shirelius on the Lulu here, so is looking to just continue to boost up his team with the move speed on the supportive build. And we're seeing some pivotal items come through. Triforce on the Gangplank, Kraken Slayer on the Jinx. Over onto the side of AoE, they've got some nice items that they've definitely been looking for. Darkwings getting bullied under the tower again by this Syndra.
Yeah, this was a pick that, it's one of the very rare moments where I'm like, okay, Syndra's actually great here because she outranges Lulu, and you got it into Olaf for the burst damage. So it's just, it's amazing. Okay, right there, Darkwings has to pop ultimate, but there's so many.
Yeah, but look at this, Sudsy's out of position! Yet again, how does all happen? Sketch gets a kill on the bot side on the Nautilus, Gangplank finds the kill onto the Syndra, and Revival just mispositioning across the map, it seems.
They are. They're not out of the woods for this early game quite yet. You still have a bunch of damage on your the likes of the Olaf. Okay. Actually, Pulp is going to try for this.
Coming through. Pulp, this is going to be a 1v3 here, though, but Concept's coming around with a flank one to the side. No Black Shield available, but the chickens are going to be claimed by this Olaf here. And now we're in a 5-man dive situation. Varus, you're looking like you're about to die, buddy.
I see 2 TPs and I see 3 health bars. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm like, okay, AOE can't do this. Can he get Fizzy? He got it!
What? Fizzy, why did you stay? You're in range, and then Lulu dies on the back end. You don't even get to see that. It's going to be an extra toss, not connecting, as the Ragnarok was also used there. So it's going to be able to keep him safe. But we talked about Revival making mispositioning errors. What was that?
That was them, again, they were just trying to, like, bully their way down the map, so they find this overextension by Sudsy, where he continues to, like, put damage into Darkwings, because Darkwings is too low range. This is the bottom side dive that we missed just a second ago, where they go under tower trying to find some aggression. Plux is going to find that. Sketchstream's flashed under tower to find that auto attack.
That was good.
It was really actually very clean, and it got the excited as well. So even if the tower aggro would have been pulled, that would have meant that he was able to run out before that did any real damage. But unfortunately get punished because of the fantastic TP that came out and everybody else collapsing in the area, at least tying that 1 kill. So AoE is trying to make strikes around the map. Again, Revival still sits on a 2.5, 3,000 gold lead. Another scrap to the top side. Can they get this Olaf? That's the question.
Yeah, well, you're seeing Fizzy going to be able to hit a fantastic death sentence. The Mega Death Rock is able to help out with the damage. Gangplank finds the kill onto the Urgot, and that's going to be a kill that they're going to look to translate over to this Herald, it seems. No, they're just going to back away from it. They do not want to overstep their bounds.
The benefit of having multiple orgs inside of something like UPL is that you get scouting information when these teams play other teams that you need to play. So Revival played AOE randoms in the previous week, and they said, okay, this mid game is where things start happening for the side of Revival. They start moving together, and AOE has not allowed that to happen. They've got first move on tempo because of plays that had happened earlier, and they're the ones that constantly have these reinforcements. This was that play where Concept ended up getting shoved out. We're going to see this when he gets onto the likes of this Lulu, and then of course Trickster has to walk away. I'm not sure when that was. I think that was in the previous.
That was during the snipe. That was the snipe that happened bot side a few minutes ago. So that's the mystery of the dead Lulu, which isn't very hard to solve when you just look inside of Urgot's belly. But now we got our second Drake, our Infernal Drake coming through, and yet again, AOE, Will's Kittens, they got the inside track on this.
This time, though, Revival has 4 members in mid lane right now. They're actually pulling TP from GP because they see immediately that Rift Herald's been pulled immediately for Pulp to try to push down this tower. This will die immediately. Okay,
Immediately
somebody auto at 3.
there.
Okay. Maybe you look like a doofus there for half of a second, but it was enough to siege down that mid tower. That was the expected trade from Revival. With again, they usually give up these first couple dragons, go for this gold advantage. Now, can they start finding advantageous fights? Because so far they have been the ones that have been run around a bit from the side of AOE, where they're always the ones with 2 members to 1, 3 members to 2, whatever it might be. Now it's their turn to start striking like that on the map. It is difficult with like a Gangplank global, but at minimum you have to start trying to use these pick tools to your advantage. Sudsy's still exceptionally strong. 2 penetration items already completed on that champion. Morgana's on Leandry's already. Soon enough, there's going to be a lethality item completed on your Varus, and at that point, execution from a very high distance is going to be great for killing off Darkwings or Sketch Streams, even just bringing down immediately the Olaf as fast as possible before he has those resistances to work with, especially during Ragnarok. So that's where Revival needs to start striking. So far, though, AoE's done a great job trying to slow that path down for them, but I feel as though that's not going to last forever. The best part about this, though, Faisal is on 3 kills. Their Gangplank, late game carry, doing well, as is Sketch Streams, another one of their late game carries to try to help them out with that damage portfolio in the later stages.
But man, this Gangplank 3-0-0, I feel like we didn't talk about him too much inside of the early game. And you see him, he's dropped down pretty critically low here. He is just going to try and get out of dodge. Nautilus trying to stop him from being able to make any distance on getting around here. The tower dive already starting here. It's death. That's all it is. That's a shutdown for Pulp.
That it is. And now with 4 members around this bottom side, like your response is Lulu on the other side, who's not going to take that tower. You're losing bottom tower here for AoE. You had Thresh just back, but there's 2 members in mid lane, and right now Olaf's heading to top side. I feel like there's nothing stopping Revival from just walking up this bottom side and taking another tower right now. There's absolutely nothing because Jinx is still mid lane out of vision, but as soon as they see it, I would love to see them just collapse back the bottom tower and push again. Instead, they're using pick tools.
Ooh, look at this. Beautiful. Chain that CC together. Didn't have the damage to be able to pull it apart there,
Right
but
back into
another
the pool.
binding almost puts Fitzy in a bad spot, but the Ragnarok's there. He'll make up for the damage for his team. Pulp has to go golden, has the Soul Shackles attached, but they're going to not last for very long. Sketch Streams finds a kill for themselves there inside the mid lane.
Yeah, you see, this is why I wanted them to shift back into bot lane, because like they know where the enemy team is. They're not shoving up. If
They're
they're looking to play
engaging this.
Olaf,
They're deleting him. Olaf gone. Jinx not long for the world either. The Wild Growth, the Cleanse to be used as well. Concept says, bring me closer.
Faisal?
I'm all about it. I'm
Faisal?
here for it. The Exhaust is going to be used. You got over here onto the side. The gameplay's just going to be able to free hit over onto the side on Sudsy. Sudsy's taking a good bit of damage as the lethality coming in from Scooped is going to be enough to dissuade them. And it is just going to be a 1-for-1 now.
yeah, all things said and done, the 1-for-1. Nice use of pick tools between Plux's hook on this Nautilus, and then like just the burst damage from Sudsy to find the kill onto the Olaf very quickly, especially without Ragnarok available. This is that play. Again, I wanted to see them shift to bot side, but this is the attempted play. I think this arrow misses, which would have been the execution. Yeah, just threw it above Fizzy and wasn't able to land. And look at where the health bar gets to, which is right there. Ragnarok actually gets him to a good position. Scooped is way too far up. Plump, doesn't matter if he's got Black Shield, has to go into Zonia so you don't die immediately. Eventually, this turns into Plux finding an additional play. But again, I feel like that whole thing should have been shifted to bottom side, and Faisal was not going to be able to respond to the wave fast enough, nor did they have top pushing in any dangerous fashion with Lulu, and mid lane was still pushed underneath their tower. They had that information from a ward. So that right there was Revival stepping back into mid lane where it felt like they didn't have that kind of pressure to do so, and they did get punished for it. Again, AoE finding a little bit of an opening right there.
You can see Sketch looking to go forward. That Shurelia's pop is so terrifying. And it's going to be the Death Sentence connecting onto Plutz here. And they're not going to let him be able to escape for free. Sketch going to be able to find this in perfect timing too, as Drake is going to be up in the next 45 seconds here. And right now, I mean, AOE is doing a great job inside these fights. You got to watch out for them arrows. When they do hit, they are starting to hurt. And he doesn't even have his lethality item yet. So you need to be a little bit precautious of that.
You do. It's really, really crazy because, again, Revival should be the team that's able to find all these picks. Because right now, look at the amount of penetration you've got in this Cinder with the Void Staff, the Ludens, so completed items give additional penetration, and then Sork Shoes. Like, anyone without magic resist is taking true damage, if not more than true damage right now from just the likes of the Cinder alone. And then you've got, like, Lethality Varus, who should be hitting with execution damage pretty hard. Yet somehow it's Revival who's constantly getting these picks enacted upon them because there's always more members from the side of AOE. They're not willing to go into this situation where they are like, yeah, we're going to take these split fights, or we're going to walk into side lanes and let them split us apart. Instead, they're playing as the 5-man unit where they have the best odds right now. There's Flux.
They're looking for the fight here. Concept's over here onto the side. Darkwings has to use Wild Growth on himself, so that's going to be 2 kills traded in quick succession over to Concept. We did see Sketch pick off a kill of his own, was able to take out the Nala's HP bars are fairly low. Concepts over here on a flank, onto the side. Sketch is going to be able to have the great footwork to get around that Concept. Goes down. Sketch going to have to cleanse. Is trying to reposition himself. Furthest dodges the arrow thanks to the lantern. And Sketch is living on a dream.
Oh, he's living on a prayer right there. I don't even think there's enough tangible for a dream at that point, but goodness gracious. I was terrified because AOE had their damage dealers up. They still had Jinx. They still had Tristana, or my apologies, not Tristana. They still had Syndra available as well. This fight goes pretty awry. I loved this ultimate from Plux to actually put a bunch of pressure into Jinx, and Concept's just killing off Darkwings on the side, so all of your support tools are burnt. And this starts off being a 2-for-1 already in this fight. But again, because Gangplank and Jinx are available, that's tough. Great flank from Concept. Got spotted out by Blue Ward. All he was doing, though, is stalling for time to get this massive shove in from the Syndra. Sketch streams with a good cleanse to get him into a really solid position. Watch this from Sudsy. Tanks a Q. That arrow just barely misses, and no dot damage, because that's not a Leandry's, it's a Ludens. That Thresh Shield made all of the difference alone if it weren't for just, like, pulling the champion. But also just the pure shielding amount was enough to keep Sketch barely alive. But Revival found their timer around Third Dragon, get that fight win, get themselves 3,000 gold advantage and their first Drake of the game, and start to commence this fighting phase where they start to group together and start to look for some of these bigger plays that can break the game open for themselves.
But talking about breaking open the game, you know, AOE, they need to find a way to, you know, calm themselves in terms of this positioning, man. Like, Darkwings 1, 5, and 6 currently on the day on this Lulu at the moment in time is being caught out of position in a lot of these fights, man. It's actually kind of scary. You want this Lulu to be able to support his teammates. Darkwings has having to blow all of his CD on himself here.
That he is, which is also making fights even tougher because, like, Sketch streams right now is 5-1, nearing the point where you're on 3 items as a crit Jinx instead of, like, 3 items on the, like, crit or on, like, the lethality Varus. That's where you should be because your items aren't as expensive on, like, the likes of Varus. Like, if you're up 3 to 2.5 items, that's a reasonable place for Jinx to be. For Jinx to be ahead in itemization is painful for the likes of Scooped in the DPS department. But all this burst is a bunch of rough stuff for Jinx if you find in the round situation. Nice hook. Will it force Ragnarok? I don't think so, but there's a TP coming in.
Yeah, there it is. It's going to get him. They're delay it for a little bit of time there, but I mean, nobody was in position to really pick up the kill there, and this is just going to be them dancing around this Baron yet again.
That it is. Concepts TP in also. It allows them to take
they're starting this!
Yeah, this feels a lot more like a bait. Again, if Jinx is here, Jinx takes this really fast, but you don't have that kind of DPS. Concept does have Black Cleaver completed, so it does go down quite a bit faster when the legs are being used. But this feels a lot more like a bait for a fight than anything else. That burns GP ultimate, which is huge. If you can break this fight apart, get resets in to come through from Revival, that's multiple tools that have now been burnt from AoE just to make sure this Baron doesn't come down on first attempt. Faisal still has TP, so he's pushing the side lane right now, and that's what's going to be responded to from Concept, who doesn't have the same luxury. So Concept's going to have to break this bot lane push and return to the Baron pit. Maybe this is where AoE tries to find their strike. That ultimate would have been useful for this, so they're able to pull off on the side of Revival, but still, should be pressure in the top river, pressure in this bottom river, and a bunch of wards that should be taken back from AoE because now Concept is kind of stuck on bottom side for the moment.
Yeah, no TPs available on there. They have Sudsy who has the TP, but I feel like Sudsy's such a valuable member for their team, right? 5-2 and 4 start off the day at 5-1, right? They was like hadn't been able to find another kill, but the damage, the deep you were talking about, the pen is massive from the Syndra.
It is. This was really strange, actually, because AOE, I really thought they were just going to muscle their way into top river with no resistance, pull off some of that vision, and force a response from, like, Revival on the back of their waves. And this would have bought Faisal time to reset up on bottom side and look for another slow push out to force Concept to respond. Instead, they kind of just meandered into top side, where it's a slow push set up by Darkwings to come into top tower, but everything's being thrown into disarray because all of a sudden Revival got into the map fast enough to start reclaiming a bunch of pressure in these jungles. So like there's not really many places for AoE to go outside of just the shallower points like their inner tower like circle, which allows setup for Dragon eventually here in the next minute. That's going to be coming through from Revival. And also Baron, that is a Shirelli.
They're looking forward. They're trying to get the engage. They're going to be able to find themselves a Nautilus. Nautilus left all alone and is going to go down. Ragnarok has been used, so Scatter of the Weak is not going to be able to get the stun onto him. Sketch is low, and they do have to respect this. AoE going to make themselves back around this Baron pit, but the inside track on mid lane has been secured by Revival.
Really heavy force right there from the side of AoE. Now they're looking for Baron as a trade. Again, their health bars aren't super big, and there's a lot of burst damage. Not a bunch of ultimates were burnt either, which means that Concept's going to be easy picking, and Syndra's going to have some easy picking. They just got to get into the pit really quickly here. This feels really like a stretch from AoE. If this fight goes poorly, this could just be game.
Yeah, Concept is in a bad spot, though. The Zap, too, not be able to connect there. Wild Growth is going to have to be used defensively to just keep Olaf alive here. Sketch is still over here into the backside. Soul Shackle's not going to be able to get the CC locked. That's going to be Sketch going down to the puddle there. That's a huge vital member of the Will's. Kittens taken away. Now Concept looking to turn his attention to the other vital member. The gameplay not going to be long for the world, it seems, that he is not going to get hit by any additional CC. But Olaf, in the midst of it all, is going to get taken down.
Wasn't expecting the return of Plux in that direction, and I think that's going to cost them the Baron and maybe even the Dragon right now. As AoE, they stepped into this pit thinking, okay, a Gangplank ultimate's going to be enough for us to turn and potentially look. Their health bars are getting chipped. Look at the amount of range they've got with the Syndra, with the Varus, and it's so difficult to fight out of that pit when you're stuck in that little area. Not going to be stolen away here. No smite to secure that one. Instead, Pulp's going to grab it immediately. Now, they're backing right now, but there's health bars still necessary to push up mid lane and walk into that bottom side, and Trickster's still dead as well, so it should be another confirmed objective. That was AoE dramatically overstepping their bounds with that Baron take when there was a mistake on the board from Revival costing them a 5v4 that could have just been used to recapture bottom side.
And we're seeing a big flaw inside of the composition that they've drafted themselves into here, right? You see Sketch is powerful, is phenomenal right now with 3 items. This Jinx is online, firing up and ready to go. And there's no front line, right? This Olaf is a very, very snowball-y pick. Isn't able to be that front line. You don't have the support that's fed or in a position to really get you, because the Lulu is actually in a pretty weak spot. Even though they have 3 items, it is just a support Lulu that's been bullied around by the Syndra for a good portion of time. It's so many things that AoE, they don't have anything that's consistent for this Jinx to stand behind. And I feel like that's got to be a concern, right? Sketch is trying to figure out his own angles. It's him and Fizzy trying to figure out how to position around these fights and try to make the best out of these bad situations that keep coming about.
And it's so bad also because there's also situations in which just having enough engage is enough to get positioning for a Jinx or an ADC or something in a fight, because you can walk forward and deliver auto attacks. But the problem is, outside of like a Shirelia's into a Ragnarok and a Gangplank ultimate, which are not at all consistent tools for starting a fight, only for running at somebody, then like you're not getting a lot of value out of your Jinx because you're getting poked out by Varus arrows and Qs and bindings from Pulp and all of this damage that comes out from this team from such a distance. And you saw that over the course of the fights. Yes, they got to pick off, but half of their members were half health or below during the start of that Baron play, which is another reason that they just kind of got messed up during the course of all of that. All of that additional damage stacks up, and it puts pressure. That means Jinx can't step forward. They found
here we go. The engage coming through. It's the Ragnarok coming into the backside, but he's so weak. He's not able to do anything in regard to the depth chart. Just going to be able to go into the backside. Fizzy is getting his HP bar burned. Sketch is free hitting here, is able to lay out a lot of damage here, but is not going to be able to do anything else at this point in time. They have to just disengage this, and they lose an inhibitor off of that.
Still can't find the space for Sketch to walk forward and fight and start delivering shots into this team. Even right there, you find a pick on Pulp, but all they have to do is throw the ultimate and immediately go into Zonia's, and automatically that fight is broken. You find a couple of picks on the front line. You already had a good winning wave stacked there with Baron, and that's going to be another tower and another tower taken here, and an inhibitor now on bottom side for AOE, taken off for AOE. For the side of Revival's benefit, which is big, and this allows them to push up bot side really heavily, play for some of the dragons, and eventually even like, set up Baron easier, because someone's always going to have to shoved in on that bottom side, responding to that wave. It's so big, 7,500 gold. This is another trickle down kind of game where Revival slow wins the beginning, plays really heavily into mid game, and they continue to just cripple off their opponents, and it's working beautifully against another AOE squad.
Yeah, and also you talked about it. It's also what we saw against the last AOE squad too, right? You're seeing the top, jungle, and mid play phenomenally amongst themselves and have been doing a great job in doing just that. And Revival here, they're looking for something over here into the top side. Sketch is taking a bit of damage. Lantern going to be able to save Sketch Dream's life here over in the top side, and this is scary, man. Cannot be left without supervision.
I love that it's just no matter the situation, Concept on Urgot is always willing to take the smoke right there. He's playing into like a 2.5, near 4, probably 3.5, 4 item like in terms of gold value and items in the inventory version of like a Jinx, and still was willing to just step up to the plate and go, I'm an Urgot, I'll beat you down. And it's exactly what happened. They have to pull off. They can't find anything. And were it not for that bad of a trade to come through, I think honestly Sketch could have stepped up with Trickster coming around, and they could have found a pick there with Thresh and stuff. But Concept just pulled that trigger really quickly, and all of a sudden Sketch was just not around for that situation. So the side lane pressure also starting to ramp as Concept becomes a lot stronger. They do still have a bunch of damage for the side of AOE. If things go poorly for Revival, there is really bad possibility that a team fight goes heavily in the favor of AOE just off of all of this damage from the Jinx and the Gangplank combination. But it is super hard to set up for the side of AOE. Again, they almost have to fight into like a pit, and they have to be able to find an area of like an angle of approach with this Shurelya's and this Gangplank ultimate to throw down as well to slow down the enemy team, to buy themselves the space to even walk forward and start a 5-on-5. But nobody's allowing that to happen. Sudsy is the least person that's allowing that to happen, because when you walk into the meat grinder that is the Rabadons, Ludens, Void Staff, Syndra, especially at 32 minutes in the game, it's just so obscene you can't do anything about it.
And you were talking about the pit, man. We got 45 seconds until we see Drake come up. A minute until Baron. We're probably going to see them throw down in the pit here in the very near future. It's just really, who is it going to be able to benefit here? Because these Scatter of the Weeks have been crucial. And like you said, you were talking about the meat grinder. You know, Sudsy has really been grinding these HP bars into just absolute nothingness, deleting them into the void themselves. And I mean, you see this here. Nets play Revival already have their focus on this dragon off spawn. They are set up to take it.
They are. Immediately 8 seconds away. Bottom wave had double like siege minions, and that's going to be responded to by Faisal, who should be able to handle that relatively easily. The waves are not set up anywhere near where they need to be right now to try to find something. Their members are in this weird position where Plux and Scooped again are under threat of being run down. That's what Trickster's trying to do right now.
Yeah, Plutz is in a bad spot here. The Ragnarok is going to make it to where he doesn't go on the ride with Nautilus here. Dragon was secured while they went on this wild goose chase for him. The bots has been dropped, but nobody's opening it. AOE just completely lost every single thing that they tried to make happen there. And now, yet again, Revival just get to have the tempo. Look at the super minions crashing in from the bot lane. And this is going to be a Baron start, I think, from Revival.
It very easily too, because Trickster's super low and they don't have anything to respond with. Thankfully, Faisal held the GP ultimate, so you can use that. Nobody's committed yet, but those Baron minions or those siege minions are on the base right now. This fight has to go your way.
That flash going over the wall is Olaf. He's so weak, he gets blown up. It's gonna be a trade for trade here so far. 1 for 1. Pulp gonna be able to survive. Off to the side is gonna be able to smite it and secure the Baron. As you can see, AOE looking to fight, but here's
Oh,
the TP
concept.
coming into the mid lane here. They're trying to
Yeah,
cancel
there.
any recalls they can. Double TP coming on
Oh.
through, but the snare connecting onto the Lulu has to use the Mikkels on themselves. Pulp is over here onto the side trying to see what he'll be able to do, but Sketch is going to be able to free hit on top of him. Busy's going to be able to get a good death sentence, but it's just a Lulu there to back him up. The Wild Growth is going to be there, and Sudsy is going to be turned into a cute cuddly squirrel. Not the way he planned on spending this evening, but it's going to be yet again another one-for-one concept looking to try and kill the Gangplank inside the Nexus, but is not going to be able to come fruition. He'll just have to take a consolation prize inside of this tower in the mid lane, but was able to wreak havoc there. Got a Nexus tower for his effort as well.
Things got a little memey right there with Revival. They were trying to stop back to make sure that Concept would have the ability to maybe end the game, but because Faisal's really strong, level 17, bunch of gold on the Gangplank, able to clear the waves fast enough, even in the bad situation where Concept was almost able to get the kill, it didn't matter, everything else got stalled. A couple of shutdowns also. Pulp and Sudsy both got killed at the end of that fight, but it's still a massive play in favor of Revival, as now 2 inhibitors exposed and a Nexus tower brought down means if they capture control of this bottom side, they can push out mid and bottom wave, and they've got pressure for what will be eventually their soul, which is coming in only 2.5 minutes, with this advantage that they've already got on the number of members that they have so far, which is, it's difficult for AOE to try to find something. They've got such a powerful Jinx. This is a full build Jinx.
Yes!
And it just feels, this is like the least amount a full build Jinx is capable of ever doing because of the lack of engage, the lack of frontline. I can't imagine how bad down Sketch Streams is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, man, this is a full chance. He's looking powerful. Look at this. He's heading away for a scene. The damage he's putting is all the CC they need. He's looking to put the gray screen CC onto him, finding 2 kills in favor of AOE, and now they're bearing down the mid lane.
I'm just astonished by the number of times that Scooped and Flux have just been standing in the middle of mid lane with like Olaf and Lulu there, and they're just like, should we continue to stand forward and get Shirelia's on, or should we back up to our tower, which is still alive, as the siege engine bears with lethality? That's like the 3rd time it's happened, and eventually you gotta learn your lesson. Even worse, like, this is a good amount of pushing power. This is a full build.
He's
Jinx.
excited. Look at this. Pulp is not going to be able to
gonna
survive
die.
this. You gotta watch out for this beautiful cleanse to come on out. That's the fadeaway for Sketch Dreams, and this is going to be a mid tower. They're trying to fight for this. This is a race that you don't want to get into. Devson is not connecting. Sketch is retreating. The Urgot is over here. Is going to be able to do a lot of damage onto this. Is he going to be able to here? It's going to be them. Citra's going to be able to find the pick onto the Olaf as he recalls. The Jesus coming to TP's in. It's going to be Gangplank just left against the world. It's the scatter the weak, and Jinx is gone. Shutdown comes through. Concept trying to fight it out. We'll be able to get the Gangplank, get him in his belly. Principle to save it, and the game is still on.
Oh no, the orange revisal saves everything.
What?
He's able to get out of the ultimate from the Concept, and he's able to walk away. I thought it was going to be the end. I thought this was going to be it. And everyone called everyone's bluffs. It ends up being 2 Nexus towers and the inhibitor brought down in AoE's base in exchange for that mid lane inhibitor. Now Dragon's also going to be spawning about 30 seconds with multiple members down. Biggest thing, Sketchstream's not going to be there, but Trickster is going to be able to compete for that fight. And TP is going to be around for Concept as well, so he should be able to make his way in. But that was some shenanigans. I've called the word shenanigans multiple times this season. That was the epitome of shenanigans as we've seen all season.
Concept's TP is up, by the way. There's still a lot of danger here. He's TP'd once for that Nexus. He'll do it again.
Ward in that base? Can we see the base?
No, there is
No,
not a ward inside the base.
Oh, there's not. Okay, cool.
Okay. I was scared for a moment. I thought there might have been. Here we go. We are seeing this. Sketch is up. They're fighting for this. The Ragnarok has been used. It's going to be Ocean Soul going over here onto the side. Concept trying to find his way on in. The Ragnarok is still active. It's just going to be able to wear it off. And now Concept has been left to die by his team here. He has no hope and he goes down. That is Concept going away. And while the Nexus is bare, AOE, they are showing their fangs here.
fear is though Revival they continue to bleed out members in exchange for these big objectives where it's like, okay, that's Ocean Soul, that is huge for your fighting. But like they can never really get set on anything because like AOE's been making it excruciatingly difficult to find these standard 5-on-5s, to find these standard fights, to walk them in and just like look for these plays. As like Scooped continues to get pressured by the Olaf, even though Olaf's at 2.5 items at this point in the game. When they don't have all cylinders firing and they don't start with some of the early poke and things like that, the fighting is there from AOE because they get more of a chance to approach with an outnumbering. But so much damage has been done to AOE, it's hard to call that they're still really super relevant. They absolutely have a chance to win. They're not down by any means whatsoever right now, but their base is so in shambles at the moment. It's tough to not see Revival having the very definitive advantage in this game, and certainly at least the team that we should be expecting to win, but AoE's not making it easy for them.
I like how we see the gold and we see negative on the Lulu, and I was just like, yeah, that checks out. Darkwings is looking to try and find an angle to get everything going. Does have that Shirelli, it's like we were talking about. And yet again, they've learned a lesson here. They're not leaving Scooped and Plutz by themselves in the mid lane. Instead, Revival looking to group as 5 and bear down on this mid lane. We do have Baron that is up. This could be the call, and they're calling for it.
See, again, this feels like a fight generation from the side of Revival, and you can see that they're kind of poking and prodding at the Baron to try to pull attention from it. They got Gameplank ultimate. That's so big. That's such a useful tool here for this team. Yeah, Jungle would have had to pop Ragnarok right there as Trickster just barely seeks away. Shirelius, can they find
being used? The TP coming in for gameplay, but Olaf's almost dead already. Pops the Gorebreaker, is going to be able to survive in the midst of this fight. Sketch is going to be able to find a kill onto Scooped here. Yeah, looking for more. Scatter the weak, only going to be able to connect onto one, and it's still going to be Sketch. He's leading the way for his team, firing off rockets for days. Finally not going to be able to connect onto anybody. This is 3 members of Revival. They have the Ocean Trade. They've had the gold lead this entire game, but AOE is looking for it to matter for nothing, but they just back up right after this. The ping's coming out onto the Baron. TP is available for Sudsy, but no position for him to be able to go for anything here.
It's a really tough situation to be in right now. As you see, they really want to contest this Baron, especially if GP backing, because there's no cross map here from GP, but they can't get here anywhere near fast enough because they're just going to get picked off. So it's not going to happen. Pulp could look for a pick or something here on the backside, make things a little bit difficult to work with, but they're not going to get there anywhere.
They're fast tracking.
Yeah, they really are. And then they desperately need to back because Faisal's catching this wave, which is going to end up resetting. So now the inhibitor should come back up. AoE's base is going to respawn. They again found these picks onto Scooped and onto Plux again and again, which is causing strife for Revival. But when Sudsy is there in a fight, things feel completely different. It feels like there's no legs to stand on for AoE because 1 E through the entire team is enough to chunk everyone down like half of their health bar minimum, which is where you want to start. I need Sudsy to start staying with everyone a bit more to have that threat so they can't press Shirelias on Olaf. Just let him run into Scoop and Plux and put down all this damage and kill off members of that team.
He's trying to stab this Majai's, man. He needs to stay around if he's going to keep going around with this and trying to make stuff happen. We're starting to get into territory where gold doesn't matter for anything at this point in time now. We're getting to that point where everybody's starting to full build here. And we were talking about Jinx. Jinx has been full build for a while, but look at who else is full build right now. Gangplank is currently full build. And we also see this support Lulu full build. And this is absolutely going to be devastating for anybody to deal with here. Concepts threatening in the side. This is scary, man. Either one of these teams can lose at the drop of a coin. It is. Ooh.
We are also into 6-item territory for Scratch, where the boots have been sold and bought for a Phantom Dancer, which is it's really good. The advanced movement speed, I am questioning whether or not that's actually valuable, just to try to dodge some of these skill shots. I wonder if QSS actually would have been a better buy than like the Phantom Dancer, only because. Okay.
Concept over here in the mid lane.
Super long flank.
Look at this. Concept's just going in. Concept's just going to try and end the game, it looks like here. He's just going to grab the wave. Yeah. But it's, yet again, he's putting the pressure on it. Shirelli is being used. He's going to be able to get some vital poke on the sketch. Concept is on the run.
Oh, he got spotted out by that blue ward, which is really unfortunate. There's another one, too. They can trap him.
Concept.
Tragic. Oh, no. Okay, Darkwings is the first one to arrive, which is not the person you want chasing. Oh, that blue ward there, they pulled so far off. I love that move from Concept. That was genius. Worst case scenario, you cut that wave and you cut back towards the other inhibitor, and it pulls them so far back that they can't find much on the map. And otherwise, they just stay sieging with no minions, and your Baron buff gets wasted. So all this progress that they just made trying to push up mid-wave is completely gone now. As more
the fight is starting. This is going to be big here. It looks like Plutz is cut out of position. The roundabout being used. The TP is coming on through. It's going to be a nice binding to be able to connect onto this game plank. He's looking to lay a little bit more damage. Beautiful scatter the weak. It hits Sketch, but Sketch is going to be able to survive this. It's going to be the Urgot laying in some damage. It's going to be able to get him, but the GA is going to be able to keep him alive. The Lantern's there. Click it. He's going to be safe and secure. But this is Elder Drake spawning here, Rebel.
Yes, it is. This is crazy to think about. They have pressure, too. They had a bunch of people back. Faisal has no ult. He has to keep into this fight as fast as possible. Can they burn this quick enough before everything comes through? That might be the breaking point. This is going to be the fight that defends it.
He's looking for it. Desmond is going to be able to connect onto Concept. Laying out the damage. Just going to be Sketch over here onto the side. Depth Charge just going to be able to go into the back side. Scoop. Going to be able to find a kill onto Fizzy. Going to be looking for the zaps to be able to find anything else. But it's going to be Elder. That's going to be secured by the side of Revival. Now the executes are what they have to play around. They're trying to kite around this fight. Sketch is going to be able to find a kill onto the Nautilus. But that's going to be Scoop trying to lay out a bit more damage. Wild Growth going to be used as well. Concept is still looking for the possible flank here. They have that Elder Drake. They want to lay out some more damage. Sketch is trying to lay in some damage of his own. He's going to be successful at doing just that. Trap's going to be laid, but the inside track of Revival is going to be coming in onto this inhibitor, and they're half the base here.
The better part also, because of this Ocean Soul, that means that all this health that they put damage into around this dragon before they work their way up mid lane is gone. You're in a miracle situation. Faisal's got to do a bunch of work. It's Sketchstream's got to step up and not die, because he's the only person they have to
he has to. He's going to be able to dodge out some of the ult to make it never get. Not going to be able to connect here, but Sanji's going to be able to delete him. It's going to be game and Revival. They take down a raid boss, and they secure themselves the W here in game number 1. 46 minutes. A slugfest between these two teams.
I don't know that I was expecting this game to go to a 46-minute mark. AOE made this exceptionally difficult game for the side of Revival. Revival just kept tripping up in a couple of really key moments, giving over kills, bleeding out a little bit, even as they kept gaining an advantage. But Revival ends up winning it around these standard types of objectives off the back of some of the pick tools that they had. They were able to make their comp work. It got dicey. It got real dicey. We're talking D20s, not D6s, anything basic like that. But Revival comes out of game 1 with a win.
And if this did anything, this confirmed that, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for what is going to be a phenomenal night of League of Legends between these two teams. That being said, we're going to go ahead, throw it over to a quick break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to do a perfect job jumping in and getting that everything analyzed and getting us ready for game number 2 for what is sure to be a banger. So don't touch that browser.
46 minutes and 10 seconds. The timestamp for game number 1 for this best of 5 final. The longest game we've seen so far in the season. I don't know about y'all, but as Rafa said before, bro, it's like I'm having a bit too many heart palpitations. Yo, gentlemen, I'm gonna need you to have 911 on speed dial before I have a heart attack.
I got my phone
This
right
man
here,
is
bro. I got you.
stealing my calls and my bits.
Like you said, fam, this is what's up right here.
Wait, Mark, are you trying to say you have some unspoken monopoly on heart problems? Because that doesn't sound right.
That's a fair point. Fair point. But you know, I'm with you there. Holy moly, what a game one, boys.
Absolutely insane here. The push and pull, the tug of war, which took place between these two teams, and just small margins ultimately going out in execution between the two. But B, going to you first here though, broski. Yo, let's just talk about straight in that mid, because honestly, it was really anyone's game.
I mean, if you asked me, from the way the early game started, like the early game, we were talking about it while watching the game. It feels like AOE Will's Kittens had a really good composition for team fighting later on. So early into the game, though, and I'm really glad this is the clip exactly that I wanted to talk about here, was where the misexecutions come through. Realistically, this is the only thing I want to talk about when it comes to the earliest parts of the game here for game 1, but it's these mistakes from AOE's Will's Kittens where it's like you have Olaf because he's very strong early. That's cool, but he can't 1v2 before level 3. Like, that doesn't necessarily work out. You need Darkwings with you, and you see another example of it actually right here in this clip where Trickster is moving in, but he isn't level 6. He doesn't have access to the Ragnarok, but believes he can still take this fight. And it's that's the reason you see Revival. Currently, if you look at the scoreboard during this replay, they're ahead. They start to pull even further ahead. So the fact that AoE's Will's Kittens are supposed to outscale doesn't matter for quite a while until we notice AoE starting to stack these dragons, starting to hit their major power spikes.
All right.
Saw
Well,
that
actually, I don't mean to cut you off, Ravish, but I do want to contest a little bit of this point that Nathaniel bringing in. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Trick going for these aggressive plays on Olaf, because something that this composition is was lacking apart from the Olaf is that early game bridge, right? The agency to be able to prevent the side of Revival from being able to hit those 1-item power spikes, because at 1 and 2 items, this Revival composition is very strong, right? You're having massive lethality power spikes in the Varus. You have Morgana at her strongest. You're going to have Syndra at her strongest, right? So that's when you need to be able to hit the game super hard. AoE contesting in the early game was, I don't disagree with the play. It's just the execution was really poor from some of the invades. But it didn't matter that much because AoE still got the first 2 dragons of the game. They didn't do anything with the lead that Sudsy got in the mid game. And it really was like from the mid game onwards, AoE were starting to win a lot of mid game fights. The biggest problem for them was being able to actually contest objectives after the first 2 dragons because of the way that composition the Revival has built up, right? You have Scatter the Weak, you have Dark Binding, you have Chain of Corruptions, you have Dredgeline and Nautilus Ultimate. How do you ever face check bushes? And AoE never set up enough proper vision to be able to contest those objectives in time. And the way that the Revival played the map throughout past the mid game was actually, I don't know if it was spectacular, but it was better than AoE. AoE are running around with their heads cut off, trying to force fights and just look for picks whenever a Revival are overstepped and out of position, but that's not necessarily spectacular play. Whereas Revival, all they had to do is say, well, you know what? They're not really setting up vision into the jungle, so we can prevent them from getting easy access into the dragons, which, because the game went long enough, that's why Revival got to Ocean Soul for free. It never seemed like AoE had a chance to actually contest them for the objectives early on. They lost 3 Barons. Concept was threatening the base, the backdoor, because he was always split pushing, and they didn't have Faisal set up correctly to answer that split push in the first place.
That continued throughout the entire game, like you were mentioning here, Rafa. Just going for the consistent picks, and it got to a point where Sketch as well was so strong on the Jinx full build, sold the boots nonetheless, just so she could have more power, but it didn't necessarily matter because Revival kept threatening the side lane, the base, and they always had that above AoE, so that no matter what advantage fight they took, it ultimately boiled down to almost nothing because they were looking at it, okay, cool, we get 2 people, but we can't really end. We can't take a 5v5 because we have no minions, our base is being threatened. We're looking to possibly go for a 50-50. There's one exact moment where they had the Baron, they were in front of the base, but they also decided to back because they thought that they would lose the base race. And I think at that crucifix of a moment, if AoE commits, we have a very different result. But unfortunately, they took the safer route, and we are where we are today here. So across the board, I think that's just smart plays by Constant, especially on Revival, to make sure that AoE never really had a true advantage over them. But considering how this game one starts, I'm not ready to give any favorites any team as of yet. Because I'm excited to see what's going to go on. I don't want to see a ton of changes. I just want to see good gameplay, which I hope we'll see going to game number 2 between AoE and Revival. So Rebel Fox and Travesty, y'all show me what's up.
Thank you, Analyst S, for the phenomenal work as always. And we're getting into a phenomenal series, it seems, here. If you're just now joining us, my name is Travesty. I'm joined here by the ever so fantastic Rebel. And Rebel, we just got through a game of League that felt like it had multiple endings, multiple twists inside of it. It was absolutely fantastic, but both these teams, they're going into game number 2 with a lot on their plate to how they want to tackle it.
Very clear both of these teams have very defined weaknesses and strengths, and they both know how to attack the other one, which is the best part, is that this isn't one where Revival's going to come out in game number 2 and going to have a similar strategy and there's just going to be no attack, or you're going to have to make this massive adaptation. That's already worked. Both teams have things to improve on for this second series. It's just that Revival was able to win what seemed like it was 18 consecutive coin flips, and somehow it was at the very end of things, it was 10 of them went the way of Revival instead of 8. And that's all that it mattered at the 46-minute mark in the game. A couple of poor decisions here and there, but AoE was certainly competitive enough where now Revival has to consider their possibilities of what can we do better inside of the series as well.
Yeah, and I gotta highlight something here because last week we did get to see, we got to see Revival taking on another AoE team, and we saw a similar strengths. But we also have to talk about the weaknesses that we did get to see. Yet again, Scoop Plutz not able to do anything. And you brought it up in the middle of the game, man. Scooped and Plutz, even after laning phase, they're in the mid lane, just kind of by themselves. And we got to see that be a weakness exploited. Well, we got to see the raid boss and the Jinx, man. The Lulu able to finally start buffing it up and everything. And the Jinx started leading the way for the team at the end there.
Yeah, one of the biggest things for me is I think if you're gonna go for something like that, like I said, last time we saw what was the Ezreal Yumi, and we saw things like that, like the Vayne, which gives him additional mobility. Kai'Sa's the big one that's comfort for me for the side of Scooped, who wants something like that to allow the positioning to get fixed. Because Scooped, again, I've noticed this time and time again, sometimes gets way too far up and way too aggressive with his positioning in the course of fights. And so Kai'Sa's usually the remedy to that because you can use your ultimate, your E to reposition very consistently, but you don't have that on Varus, especially not when you're running Nautilus instead of Thresh or Tahm Kench or something protective. So I think having Plux something comfortable, having Plux on something defensive, or going pure unadulterated aggression in the bottom lane. I'm talking Bard for roaming and for aggression, and then something self-sufficient for Scoop. Whether it's Ezreal, you could also do something like Kai'Sa would be perfectly fine because you have wave clear once you get the Duskblade and things like that. Or even just pure lane dominance and go for Enchanter or go for Mage or something, just to keep that bot lane in a positive state of mind.
I am very curious too. So we do have a swap of sides here coming out between these two teams here. First ban coming out, Varus, right off the get-go said, hey, we don't want Scooped on something that he's comfortable, that he's showing some comfort on, that provides utility for the team. And I'm kind of curious. We kind of touched on it being the weakness of Revival is also Will's Kitten's greatest strength. And I'm wondering, if this is going to be a continuous target. The Morgana taken away too, as that was a champion Pulp showed quite a bit of mastery.
Making sure to not want these mage junglers to come through yet again. The Diana is one that can still come through, I think, from both of these members. So that's something to consider, although it's not as high priority. It kind of is a bit more contingent on things. If he seems like Will's Kittens, they're using this blue side, I think less so for their own draft and a lot more to take comfort away from the side of Revival. Because on the previous game, they had to take out things like that were really important. And of course, on blue side, you don't have that same kind of difficulty. You have a lot more leniency when it comes to what you're banning because you don't have to take away the powerful stuff. You get to select the powerful stuff to start with. That's what the power of having B1 is, of course, over the course of everything else. So that's my expectation for Will's Kittens, why they decided to switch sides. And you see already their composition, it's been completely eviscerated at the knees, where they take out theirs, they take out the Morgana. Now the Thresh also off the board, which is one of the better champions for Flux, means they don't want to pick it first. So what do they have in mind for this first overall pick? That's a really good question to me, especially with things like Rumble and Lee Sin that are so blindable, so pickable at the beginning of the draft. Already on the pick.
Yeah, they're already taken off, and there's a lot of picks like you talked about that are already these big blind picks that we're seeing. Varus, Morgana, Lee Sin, Rumble taken off, but now Jinx from Revival, which makes sense. Sketch gave him a little bit of PTSD in that last game, man. They remembered what happened in the last series where they let Jinx keep going through for Sketch. So, Will's Kittens, what do you got in the tank here? What are you planning here for the first pick?
I think Udyr makes a bunch of sense here, only because Udyr is probably the best jungler still available. That's another interesting pick, because they didn't ban it away, which usually happens to the side of Revival eventually at some point. Instead, apologies, AOE is willing to take that one and potentially flex it. Maybe, I don't think that's a Dark Wings champion as much, probably Visel and Trickster that are going to be competing for that one, but still, interesting first grab on the Nocturne nonetheless.
Yeah, honestly, not something I was expecting to see, and until they picked it, I didn't even realize they hadn't banned it. It feels like it's just perma-banned against Revival. So you look over onto the other side, they have the answer for themselves. That Kai'Sa is available for them, and it looks like that is what they're going to take. And like you said, this is very much a comfort for Scoop.
Yes, and now the question is, okay, what do you respond with? Because you could go jungler here. You could easily go for something like the Udyr if you wanted to, just to make sure you've got yourself one of the more powerful members of the entire team. You are starting off in a relatively low-range foot, but you still have plenty of time to kind of move back. Alternatively, you could go just support here, although I think waiting one more rotation for your support is usually helpful. They don't go for the Udyr, because that's not something that Pulp wants to play. Instead, goes for the Diana for some burst damage, some early trading potential. That's big. Again, this isn't the most popular champion right now in a lot of walks, although it is rather strong. Pulp willing to pilot this one, take that one into the Nocturne matchup, potentially blind into something else.
Yeah, and it's a very strong champion when piloted correctly. We've seen it snowball advantages. And I do like this too, because you do leave yourself open with a lot of support advantages here. But Tristana over on the other side, a champion that's been kind of overlooked here. You throw that over here where Sketch just had this absolute phenomenal performance on the Jinx and still had that flexibility that, hey, it could go Dark Wings. Could be a very scary scenario to be in, and now those kids, they get the option to pick what they want to pair together with this Tristana, I'm assuming, is what they're going to lock in here, and Alistar makes a lot of sense.
It does. This does open up Bard, which is going to say, because Flux is a really good Bard player. It does also counteract the Rel, which is a possibility, because we saw Flux play that quite a bit, although I don't think he was ever the largest Rel player, so it wouldn't be shocking to me whatsoever if they just avoid that altogether. Support would make a bunch of sense here, just to make sure you can't pitch through the pool. There's nothing flexible here from a Revival. They could go for something that can be flexed between top and mid again if they've got something to respond with, but for the most part, I think support's just your safe bet here. Going back to Nautilus is fine for Flux as well. I don't think it's a perfect champion for him. I feel like I would love to see some of the more Enchantree type play, especially for just lane dominance altogether, but I'm comfortable with Nautilus here.
Yeah, I think this is something we've seen Flux play quite a bit throughout the season too, when we saw him kind of changing up his pool from being like that Bard Yuumi. Nautilus was on the table. I was like, yeah, I'll pilot this. So, and it pairs together really well with the Kai'Sa, which is adding more comfort to Scooped, which I think is very much so important. And this is what I'm expecting to see from Revival. Bans towards this top side. Get this gangplank off the table and get something else off the top side. But I'm still curious, man. They have a Nautilus, but I feel like they want to have a little bit more to go together to pair together with this Diana going forward.
You'd very much like that. I think there's plenty to talk about in terms of engage that you could add into this team that can do quite a bit of work, and that's something to consider. I do like Revival that they've gone to banning out the Gangplank as a blind pick potential. that, or they're planning something that's bad into Gangplank that they're going to go for it. We get a lot more information on the second ban whether they're going to go to something like that. I do like that Will's Kittens does ban out the Silas because Sudsy's good with it, and also have a couple of fantastic tools with Nocturne Ultimate and Alistar Ultimate to snag too, to give Silas so many ways to get into fights and such.
Yeah, and then it's gonna be a Galio actually taken off the table here. So they're trying to take away from Darkwings being able to pair together with this Nocturne zooming into the fights. So I think a really good call from Revival there to make sure that isn't allowed. And when we're going over, we got talking about Revival. What are you going to end up blinding here, right? I feel like you just blind your top, right?
You can definitely do that, although it kind of depends on what Sudsy's actually asking for. Like, if Galio had gone through, I think Galio would have been the absolute zero-brain pick, because that pairs so well with Pulp. You set up quite a bit in terms of, like, engage, pairs well with Kai'Sa. There's so many positive things about it. Because that's not on the board, now it's a question of, okay, do we believe that this Nocturne is going solo lane? If so, we can pick a top laner that's okay into Nocturne, that's relatively good blind, and there's a number of those that do exist. Like, you can't play it into Aatrox, but it's not great into fighters. For the most part, anything that you just sandbag the Nocturne, usually Nocturne's not going to end up in a great place after the laning phase. Scion's a pretty good choice for exactly that sort of thing, and it's been really good blind into just about anything. I don't think it's much of a concept champion. I don't think of, Scion when I think of concept, but of course, if he's willing to blind it and he's capable of playing the champion, more power to him. Again, Nocturne can't really beat it down in the laning phase the way it does other fighters, and Nocturne definitely doesn't come out stronger on the other side than what a Scion provides for a team fight.
Hey, look, concept, he's done with leg day. He's going into chest. He's getting everything prepped and ready to go for his team. And I do like the makeup of this. But this is a very interesting pick that we haven't talked about. Viego coming through here.
Interesting. Okay. So now we have a question of, like, okay, where is this Viego going? Because you could throw it.
I think
into,
this is Darkwings, right?
It could be Darkwings. It could also be Trickster or Faisal, just off the back of that. Especially because they saw the Scion and they immediately, so they're thinking that that's a possibility. Orianna, okay, this would put it into the top lane most certainly, because I don't see it in jungle very much anymore. Yeah, so they saw the Scion, they said, okay, we're putting Viego into that. They've also got great combination of the Orianna ultimate with the Nocturnes. They're going for a lot more standard style team fight and allowing Tristana and Viego to do a fair amount of the work in the through team fight after that initial engage. So now, like, you've got dive versus counter dive with Diana being on the opposite side of that, and Kai'Sa gets thrown into that mix. So now what I'd like to see is some protection. I'd really love to see something out of the mid lane. Oh, never mind. All right, never mind. I don't want to see protection. I want to see craziness. Let's go. Let's
go. We are going insane with it here, man. We got Sudsy piloting the Yone here. This is going to be a fun, very, very fun game. And you were talking about, man, maybe some protection or whatnot. No, go in. One way forward for both teams here.
I really thought Karma was going to be an okay grab just because she supports super well. She pushes the wave out of mid lane. Sudsy's played it before. Like, this is a champion that was in the pool. And I look at this comp, I'm like, Diana's got damage. Kai'Sa's got good damage. You got okay base damage in Scion. Like, you can play Karma. You can play like an AP Karma, a little bit more supportive Karma, that kind of thing. But I like this too because it's the punishment into Orianna. One of the lesser, I think, better like matchups for Yone, who's good into control mages. I don't think Orianna's perfect in this matchup, but Yone is certainly very exciting. I'm really curious whether they try to use it into Viego and pull any lane swap shenanigans with it, only because they picked it after seeing Viego, and this is something that is a lot more volatile. So like, if it gets ahead, can you smash Viego with it inside of the laning phase? But either way, like, the Yone is super interesting because it's Sudsy's ability also to not only start fights, but to contribute to the dive alongside Pulp and alongside Scoop, who are going to be going on the backline as fast as possible.
Man, I love that you say that too, because it just gave me flashbacks to, like, back in like the Maryville days of where they had Niles playing for them, and they would just have Niles and Wolf would just change champions, and all of a sudden you got a Scion mid, and you got this carry in the top side with like Yasuo or something like that. Okay. You could see some madness like that, but it is going to be in a Viego in the jungle, actually. Trickster wants to pick this up, which, hey, makes sense. It fits Trickster's playstyle here, and Nocturne does have quite a good amount of dueling potential over on the top side with the Scion, so definitely like how the makeup of these teams have came up together.
It's actually funny, you mentioned Yasuo a second ago, and I'm just now thinking like how dummy that Yasuo would have been with a Scion and a Nautilus and a Diana combination, and how much team fight that could have been, but I'm not going to get excited on that because it's years past. So we'll talk about Will's Kittens instead. The idea of Viego going into jungle, I think, is because it's probably the best duelist against Diana. Like Nocturne can do stuff when you have some AD and things, but I think Diana in most situations is going to be fine. This is one where potentially that stun can actually make a massive difference against the Diana, and you got the attack speed to contest in like an attack battle. The other thing is with like an Alistar in the bottom lane, you got the Fear up top lane, and you've got eventually the Shockwave. You got ways to supply CC for the Viego. So if Viego's in top lane, like there's not a ton of great ways to try to set up like a Nocturne gank into a Scion where he can just ult out of that fight. Now you don't have that problem because now Viego accesses CC wherever it's available on the map and attacks where you're able to. So this is Trickster, again, wanting to pull a bunch of resources. That's the strategy they've been going for. It is quite a bit more volatile than I think any other sort of setup might have been, putting it in a lane, just letting it beat down against the high health Scion or something like that. But this is dive versus dive, which is crazy to think about, that we're getting all of this potential for people to go into the backline and just try to start beating each other up.
Yeah, and you know, Rebel, you weren't down with the sickness earlier, but we are down with the thickness over here with the Scion in this top side, right? You said maybe this is not a champion that concept we would normally see him kind of piloting here. But you know what? It's a champion that actually has quite a good amount of lane priority. If they're able to get concept going, could be a very interesting thing, because Revival across the board on their top side looked great. Their solo lanes did phenomenal for themselves. And, you know, having an unkillable Scion heading into things against this team composition from Will's Kittens could actually be a very scary situation for them, because they've got to figure out a way to make sure that this Tristana is able to hop around these fights the way that's going to be possible, because they don't have anybody who's just going to do consistent damage to this Scion if he gets ahead.
Yeah, or even if they're able to put sketch streams behind, which is one big thing that I think, now that you've got Kai'Sa and you've got Nautilus on the bottom side, and you've got this Diana to pair with it, even like the Yone who could jump into that lane as well, there's a bunch of pressure that could be put onto sketch streams and potentially onto Trickster as well if you get pushing lanes decently early, especially once again, when you get the Serrated Dirk, things like that, and if Scion can keep up in wave pressure, things of that sort, all of a sudden, then you break the ability to be able to have Diana get support inside of the jungle matchup, and then you can also move into bot side to shut down Tristana. So now you can't win a front-to-back fight. You're completely reliant on getting a bunch of picks or burst damage, which doesn't exist nearly as easily inside of this composition for Will's Kittens as it did in the previous game, where there was like, okay, if you stomp everyone forward, they can actually win a fight. But playing front-to-back is not really the best option here if you've got concept sitting in front of everybody, like you said. So they're going to require at least a little bit of creativity with how their fights actually play out. They've got Alistar and Nocturne for ball delivery, and then they've got two members who've got some really mean damage. How do they get those two members into what is effectively like the Kai'Sa line, the Yone line, that kind of thing, without getting dove on by Diana, by Yone, and getting just completely burst out to start the fight?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting, the fact that you bring it up too, because you have like one team has to take the strategic approach and the other one is Unga Bunga, here I am, my name Revival, I smash. But here we go, going into game number 2 of this best of 5 here inside of the grand finals of the UPL. And boy, oh boy, we're just seeing a standard 5-point this time. No early shenanigans, it seems, at the current moment in time.
I feel as though there's a lot of difficulty to play the composition here on the side of AOE, only because they need these damage threats to actually win out. Whereas if this goes standard or goes typical the way of Revival, where the first couple of kills and they control the 3,000 gold to somewhere, it's really tough to find anything in it as it pertains to like fights or anything like that, especially if that gold's on Sudsy or Pulp. When you've got that burst damage and you have the threat of Orianna, Tristana going down off of one diver, especially with no real protection, your protection is Alistar headbutt. So if Alistar ever steps out of line or like engages, all of a sudden your backline is completely exposed. That is a Viego, an Orianna, a Tristana tanking an ultimate from Yone, taking an ultimate from Diana, whoever it is that ends up getting into backline. And that's just, it's a lot easier for Revival to pop off in a 5-on-5 than it feels like you have that ability on the side of AoE. Notice a late invade, no ward also, so they don't know this is happening. It's just going to be a take of the red buff here, as that's another invade possibility. Scion
Here's the thing, they're going to see Yone. They know.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. Scion's just taking the old strat is back, baby.
It is, yeah. Concept, if he's able to grab this one away, there's no counter jungle to be had here, and it's a start of the laning phase with a bit of extra gold here for Concept. It will force the burning of his TP, if I recall. This is exactly how this strategy goes, where you're not able to grab this one. So this is just, you know, Trickster can't actually do anything about this. There's nothing to be done. This is just going to be a red buff here for Concept, who's going to pull a couple of the Raptors as well to make sure there's no counter jungling to be had. And on the respawn, again, I think TP might have to come out. Maybe he has enough experience from the jungle camp. I don't know how the changes actually worked that. yeah, it's just going to be TP burn. So concept can't affect the map, but this is huge to shut down the Viego yet again. This is the strategy Revival had in the previous game in a lot less directive way because they're not fighting the Olaf, but at minimum, they're making sure Trickster is not comfortable at all in this jungle matchup to begin the game.
And I love this too, right? You talked about how like Trickster has been like this carry performance jungler for them, right? And you know, if you're gonna have a star-studded player, let's make him a little bit uncomfortable. Let's make him play in a different way. He doesn't even get the full chickens because Sion took one of them, but it is honestly really well planned, and you're seeing they're sticking with the strategy. And why not? They did technically win that last game, while it wasn't the cleanest of things. But check this out. If he doesn't have anything to go ahead and farm, he's going to try and make an impact happen, but does tank a tower shot.
I want to come back to this like initial play. I actually am pretty sure, because this is something was ringing a bell this whole time about this Sion thing. I think you're supposed to start Q and kill the Raptors first, and then you do red buff, because you kill the red buff with your passive form pretty much no matter what from like max health. So right there, all he did was give a couple of free chickens over to the side of Trickster, which is painful. It's still a shutdown of a couple of extra resources, but okay, this is the attempted play.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Sudsy's here in the area, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't need any assistant. Pulp finds a solo kill on the Viego.
Solo bolo right there. It was also crazy because it felt like really heavily Trickster could have probably won that with the cooldowns being up from Pulp, but the addition of Sudsy scared back Darkwings and Trickster, thinking they could get out of that situation, and all it did was buy space for Pulp to walk forward. I thought a flash was going to have to be burnt, but even that was not even burnt during that situation. So Revival, they shut out the red buff take, so it's just going to be like 2 red buffs for 0 for the side of Revival, so it's going to be a 3 buff to a 1 buff, and Trickster dies again in the earlier stages of the game, and gives the gold over to Pulp, who pulls Sword Shoes to just get even more of this trading damage. Again, I'm loving that Revival understands Trickster is so much of this team's identity, and they're shutting him out in the earlier phases of the game.
Yeah, they're being very effective at doing such. Pulp has been doing a fantastic job and already has Sword Boots. That's big on your jungler, especially on a Diana who's looking to just go in around these different lanes here. And you can see this yet again. Pulp is looking to just jump in onto this Viego.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and Yone's got lane push as well, which again, it shouldn't necessarily happen. That is going to be at least a big Raptor take, so that's quite nice. Jungle is weak. He's kind of sitting.
Check this out. There's a TP that came up behind him, though. They said, get out of my swamp here. The fear will be able to jump onto a Pulp. It just actually was able to break the tether before the Nocturne was able to flash there. Sudsy in a tricky spot is going to try and dash away. Does have flash to work around with. Is still laying out the damage. He's just trying to buy some time. He's going to hold on to that flash for quite a bit of time, and that is going to be the escape as Sion is there, and they cannot continue the pursuit.
Yeah, so that's actually a couple of waves crashed in the top lane that cost Faisal quite a bit. A flash burn, a TP burn for nothing. This is an invade from Trickster, but Sudsy's still coming back. Trickster, please. No.
Yeah, Trickster's going to get caught out here. This is going to be a troublesome spot to be in, and he's looking to see if he'll be able to find a solo kill, but he's not going to be able to find it. He gets one. Darkwings comes to save the day, and Trickster was able to do what he needed to do there and make sure to have the play. What a beautiful turn of things in favor of AOE.
Don't you love that he gets immunity when he goes into souls like that? Just so he can
God, rocket jump, Goomba stomp, call it what you will. The damage coming through. Sketch finds a kill in the 2v2 in the bot side.
Yeah, nice play by Fizzy, able to find that headbutt. And a couple of kills coming back to AoE right here. We were terrified for Trickster walking in the 2v1 situation, but because Sudsy had to take such a far route around, it just meant Darkwings got free push in the midway, was able to show up just in time to get enough damage onto Trickster, so that or onto Pulp to make sure Trickster could use that soul take and not have to worry anymore. Bottom side, just a pure solo kill coming out I guess a duo kill coming out for this bottom side. Again, Scooped and Pluck's not having the greatest time right now, and a great play to get Sketch Streams a little bit of additional gold. So some of that early game that we were talking about for Revival, trying to shut down Trickster, at least has been equalized to this point.
Yeah, and here we go. Pulp looking for some action over here in the mid side yet again. Is looking for some. Viego's above, so I feel like you just don't pull the trigger here. Drake gets up, and we're kind of in this interesting scenario, right, where the Viego was able to find a nice little reprieve for themselves, and Pulp not going to be able to find Scuttle. Is just going to have to take some camps. So really nice level, staying completely even. And you know, I think if you're Revival, actually, you kind of sweat here because your early game didn't really put the Viego behind too much, and Sketch is looking strong yet again.
you are in a position where Pulp is looking good, which is nice because you have the early Sork shoes and you will have the Magi stacking eventually, so there is that to consider. Not to mention, you know, like red buff is taken because you have that timer from earlier, as well as what is the ward to come out, so you know when access to bottom river is going to be there for Viego, and he's on top side because he's trying to counter jungle the opposing red, but that's already gone. So they know roughly where Diana's at this point. But because now, like, you've got this decent push on bottom side, Scoop can just hang here. They're going to go for an invade. Oh, Fizzy. Wow.
Scooped is going to go down, and this is Fizzy and Sketch just doing phenomenal work down here in the bot side.
That's crazy. They didn't actually have vision of Pulp and of Plux right there. So, like, if they had been sitting in that bottom brush and they pulled that, that's just a double kill going over to the side of Revival.
But you said it yourself, they knew where Pulp was, right? Like, they knew that the red buff was just taken.
They had an idea where Pulp was. Yeah, the fear is, though, if he beelines for bottom lane, you just die.
It's true.
like, that was the fear. That was like a call out from Fizzy where he's just like, there's no way, right? And they did
call the bluff.
Yeah, they did. They called the bluff, and it was a great call because they were just kind of pitter-pattering around like the pixel brush for no reason. I thought they were gonna try to start Dragon or something, or they were gonna walk in and look for counter jungle because red buff was up on the other side. But they got nothing. They did nothing. They were just meandering in the river, and they ended up losing their bottom laner for it.
Yeah, the picnic cost him, and now it might cost him even more. Head splash over the wall. Never mind, Fizzy doesn't make the distance there. Ward will be able to spot all three members coming in here. Pulp ready to face check anybody here that comes into his brush. And it is just going to be them disengaged. They don't know. They didn't have vision of the river there, but they did put a ward over the wall. And Drake is being started at the current moment in time.
That it is. Not to mention, Darkwings has decent enough control of midwave and a large enough lead. You could just walk down river and like you just lose this because you have ball delivery. You got a great shockwave with somebody who's doing well. You got a Tristana who's even with Scooped in terms of items with exhaust up as well. Like there's no way to contest this. So that's Revival giving up first dragon and at a gold deficit for the first time we've seen in the last couple weeks. Because usually they're the ones that are winning some of these early duels, but have just been giving up a fair amount of bot side pressure. As AOE's not forcing anything with Trickster anymore. They seem to have figured out that that's not the schmoove inside of this series, as that's prepared for by Revival. So Revival has to default to something they did in Proving Grounds from last split, which is usually taking an early game loss to go work for a win condition in a later game, which I think is Pulp or Suds, one of those two being able to dive and find a right kill. But that means that AOE get pretty decent control of the map to start with, and they're taking advantage of it. Dragon, Rift Herald, both going to come off the board. They might even just throw it top lane just to try to get some additional gold into the pockets of Tristana if they want to, because they're just going to shove that up as trades being made on bottom side. 3 members here, is that what it is? Yeah.
I mean, look at this. They're looking to try and catch somebody up, but nobody's going up there right now, man. Like, this is such a slow push on the bot side. They're not actually getting too big of a punish here, while over in the top side, Concept could be in a scary spot.
Yeah, this is reminding me of like the old lane swap situations, although Concept is kind of on the bad end of things right now. He's trying to play the wave, but it's not going to work out too easily in his favor. Rift Herald get dropped as well.
Yeah, look at the damage coming through here. Sketch is just laying in the damage. Fizzy is able to tank up so much beautiful interruption there of that Concept playing out of his mind. Is going to be able to find a double kill. Bring him more. Concept is popping off, but we got a shockwave over in the mid side here. Sudsy not going to be caught by that. Nocturne trying to see what he'll be able to do. The tower dives are being botched tremendously by AOE, and Darkwings is going to find himself paying the consequences. No mana, but here comes the Cavalry. Nocturne letting the lay in the damage onto the backside here, but Sudsy's going to be able to escape, lock him up, throw away the key. A double kill for Pulp in the mid lane.
Okay. I'm gonna talk about something really quick. This is important.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna wait for this because they seem to have found at least a little bit of counter.
Yeah, they found Flux,
never mind.
but I mean, this is an aftershock. They have to wait until it pops, and he's going to be able to take it out. It's a 1-for-1, but you killed his support.
Can I say, like, I've learned this game pretty heavily over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
I consider this game to be very akin to an RTS, where there's a lot of push and pull across the map. It's when you make a play, there's a play on the opposite side. When you do this, there's that. There's always a tit for tat. And so a play like this, you start things off and you're like, this should be like a 95, 100% play from the side of AOE. Because you're diving at Scion, you get the wave clear denied, so they've got more than enough of a wave. Rift Herald's coming in. This is that like 1% that makes this game so ridiculously exciting. Scion gets to live out here. Concept pulls a couple of kills. That ultimate was gorgeous. I thought he was trying to buy space to ult the other direction so he couldn't die, but instead he used it into 2 members, and they backed away. I think they thought the minions were going to kill him, and they were trying to give the kill over. That little bit of health was just barely enough to live the headbutt from Scion too. That is such a disaster, because that shuts out the Rift Herald and the top tower take that was traded over by Scooped on bottom side. Concept, this massive tank pulls a couple of kills. And then you have the shenanigans that happened in the mid lane. That was enormous
they're
for
looking
Revival.
for it again, but
They're not finding anything.
The brush.
This is insane. That, like, obviously, like, that's never going to work. I don't know what the play was right there. This is a recap of what happened in the mid lane is they tried something. Darkwings tanks the ultimate because once they realized 4 members were on top side, they were like, we don't have to worry about anything else. We just let Plux, or we can just let Scoop to take things as often as possible. They move Plux fast enough. Faisal almost finds a kill. Really nice play from Sudsy to set this one up. Pope also comes in for the reinforce. And then this ends up leading to TPs and more kills. But this is the exciting stuff that Revival's able to do. This should never have happened the way that it did. And somehow they claw themselves back to this 3,000 gold advantage off the back of heroics at minimum, if not even higher. I don't even know what a better word is to call that from Concept.
Look at this. This does not belong to you anymore,
Nope.
Viego. It has never belonged to you, says the side of Revival. And Revival has themselves a nice little gold lead to come in here. The Nocturne just TP'd up to the top lane. Pulp taking a big amount of damage is going to find himself going on down. That's a shutdown coming through as we're going to see the Paranoia coming through. Deny the vision. Beautiful use there as the Viego was able to find 2 kills for themselves over here inside of this. But now you're seeing Nocturne have to pay the price here. Isn't going to be able to do too terribly much besides clear out this wave. And this Scion is putting on a heaping amount of damage. Concept looking like a pretty tough cookie to crack here.
Pretty meaty. Although, again, AOE, they're not letting that dissuade them, right? Because they're still trying to put like resources into sketch streams. He's still got 2 kills, didn't die. Viego is still doing pretty well in the confines of this game. They weren't able to find bottom tower or top tower initially, but they're going to look for bottom tower, and that play is going to get them the dragon as well. So they're on their 2 dragon advantage. They're going to probably grab a number of plates, but that plates just went away, so they might be able to even just pull the tower based on that. That right there, that's the Tristana taking it. So AOE, they were doing really well. They had 1 massive fumble, and they're back to doing well. I respect that AOE is not going to let that play completely ruin their game, because it would tilt a lot of people out of a lot of different games.
Yeah. I was about to say, I mean, this is what we saw from them last game too, right? They were down, what, 6, 8K gold, and they're like, yeah, we'll continue the scrap. And I love to see that. I think that's a much better way to play than to just let yourself slowly die out. Continue looking for those win conditions and whatnot, because you know you're able to still find that W as long as you're able to make the opposing nexus explode. So hey, they're still looking for it. And you can see they're trying to find kinks in the armor right now, and you love to see this from AOE as they're just surveying, getting all this information, getting this vision down over here in the top side.
Can I also say that, like, this game is really exciting because once a fight is engaged, it's engaged, because there's no fishing tools here. There's nothing like a Morgana Q that you can just throw out, and if you hit it, you can, like, lightly engage or something like that, put damage into somebody. This is a game where it's like, if Viego goes in with a W, he's going in with a W. If Scion presses ultimate, he's in the fight, right? Diana's the same way. You go in. Yone can play some shenanigans with his E, I guess, at least a little bit to try to, like, fish a bit with the ultimate, but for the most part, that's going to be used for a lot of kill pressure rather than anything else. So these fights, when they happen, and they're going to happen big. So having gold advantages is really important in this game because it's a lot harder to come back when these fights get forced so heavily onto you. You saw that for Revival in Bottom River, where like Revival didn't want that fight. There's no real way to disengage it once you're stuck or once the engagements come through from AoE. You just have to fight your way out. So instead, they just used a couple of members as bait, ended up walking 2 of their members out. And they've now been pushing on multiple sides to recover from that top side push, but Sketchstreams continues to pull towers off the map, continues this gold advantage, where AoE seems like they're content trying to take this front to back with the Kraken Slayer Viego, the Kraken Slayer on Sketchstreams as well with this Tristana. They're putting a lot of eggs into their carry baskets. It seemed to work for them for the majority of the split. I'm excited to see how this front to back is going to work out for them because it is going to be difficult either way.
You see, One is actually looking for a possible flank here. This could This could be a fight that Revival's looking for. They're trying to see if they can maintain position, but Sudsy
So
gives
many
up the
torps.
flank to retreat to his teammate's side here, and you know they're just playing a standard 1-3-1. It seems like coming out from the side of Revival, they're just content with doing that. But I don't know if AOE wants to play that game.
My goodness, look at this massive ring of vision that's just developed. If we zoom out around this mid tower, right there's a ward, right there's a ward, right there's a ward. On our right, there's 2 more wards below it. On the left side, you can see the control ward on the mini map. There was another one, but expired just a second ago. This is ridiculous. They're just completely. This is amazing by Fizzy. You don't get to see this level of warding super often, and it's difficult for Revival to try to press in here to look for anything else. It's they're using this, I think, just to make sure their waves can get shoved up, maybe to siege down mid tower at some point with Tristana, but also for future endeavor, because in about 2 minutes, or probably about 30 seconds to a minute, somewhere in there, they're gonna be looking for a back, and vision that deep means you get to see the approach from Revival, or they have to clear that vision out before they can step into River, and that's resources they need to clear out River vision for Dragon, so you can just push back in and do anything you like. So they're in a really good spot with this.
Wait a second though. Sketch is in a troublesome spot though. The exhaust was used, but it is just the bait, man. Throw up the juicy bits, and it's double kill for Sketch as Revival, they can't re-engage this. You can see this. Yeah, the Fuego going in, looking for something else possibly, but you can see this even if he overextends. Revival not able to capitalize on it. Shockwave going to be able to hit onto 2 vital members. Sudsy has to go back and has a bomb ticking away on top of him. This is just AOE find exactly everything they want there in the mid lane.
They really wanted to siege the tower, I think, eventually. So this is the play that happens. I get to see the front end of the engage where Pulp is nearby, but I think this was expected to be soft. Really close from Scoop, though. The double exhaust barely keeps Sketched alive to start with. And so the 2 bot laners head down again. This was more of a they chose to fight, and it was a little bit later on the response from Revival than anything else. Sudsy almost makes a heroic play yet again. If you find sketch streams, you take a lot of the wind out of the sails of this play to come through from this team here. And a lot of it was removed anyway because sketch stream's still low. Burnt the flash, not much to do. All the ultimates are down, so there's no more pushing. They don't get mid tower, and it also buys more time for Revival to potentially work towards this dragon. So it is 2 kills, but I actually think Revival was okay with what just happened because it stalled out that play in mid lane, and that meant that all of this tempo that AOE was building had to be reset when they all backed, which is what just happened.
Now, it's an interesting story to be kind of told here between these 2 AD carries. 0, 3, and 0 on the Kaisa, 4, 0, 0 on the Tristana here. And yet again, the greatest strength that has been from this AoE team composition is popping off for them. But at the same degree, right? Revival, yet again, there's top side of the map is taking towers left and right. So the way that Tristana's doing, they are also doing inside these side lanes. This Diana Yone has such a strong presence inside these side lanes.
I really wanted right there. It seemed like there was no communication between Concept and Scoop because Concept like ran all the way out and around, and Concept, or my bad, the other way around. Faisal doesn't get caught by the ultimate, so thankfully, fate is not sealed yet for him. As they're attempting to make a crossplay where bottom tower or bottom dragon was taken and then mid tower was also taken. I think they wanted to set up a Rift Herald play to take 2 top towers and try to get the gold back in their favor, or at least get a good amount of gold back in their favor. Not able to force it. Again, because I don't know what they were expecting to have happen right here, but I think they could have defended mid tower if they wanted to with the combination of Kai'Sa and Sion. Instead, Concept was there, but Scoop never showed up out of fear of being brought down, and instead just had to walk around the other side of the tower. So it gives mid tower, and it also gives Dragon away. Dragon was going to happen no matter what, so a bit more given over from Revival just to play kind of safe.
Yeah, just... Yeah, it feels so weird, right? They had this early aggression planned out in the early game, and now they've kind of petered down, man. It feels like they've just taken themselves completely off tempo, and it's in part to what AOE. All I can describe is them just saying, "All right, you can put us down, but we're going to keep still marching forward," right? It's the anime character who's powering up. There, you beat them up in the first 15 minutes of the episode, and then all of a sudden he's powering up, and you can see this. They're looking for a catch onto this Alistar, but the rest of the team shows up, and they're like, "All right, man, we can't do anything."
I need to make a quick reference to something right now because
Okay,
I'm
go
looking
ahead.
at a 21-minute timer and I'm looking at 101 jungle farm, which is not something we've seen for a very good while. Like farming junglers have been popular for a good enough time to where my memory is starting to forget about the time when like Lee Sin used to play and they didn't have jungle timers, or they like camps didn't count for 4 CS, they counted for like a less than that because like they counted as individual pieces apiece. So at like 20 minutes, it'd be like a normal thing to see in lower ELO lobbies to see like 75, 80 farm regularly. I wonder
Yeah.
if Rafa remembers the same thing. I know he's been jungling for a long time on our desk, and I'm curious if he has an input on this because it's so jarring to see like a 22-minute, 25-minute time or something like that, and seeing a less than 100 CS, given how much CS these junglers have been able to pull to the point some of them are actually out CSing laners regularly, like the Udyrs, the Hekrams, and then into these mages with like Rumble and Morgana as well.
You do see Herald has to be forced down here into the mid side.
Oh
Do
my
they stopped it? They
They
stuffed it.
That was insane.
Yeah, honestly, I was not expecting them to be able to
Me
blow it up,
neither.
but everybody was there, and they were able to read the play beautifully. Sion has to answer to his bot side. There hasn't been much in the way of action to really happen here, and you see both teams are hungry to scrap, but oh, that might be the trigger. They find the shockwave onto the Diana. Diana is having a huge amount of damage put onto him. It's going to be Yone having to rewind, go back. It's the Sion left in the middle of everybody. Headbutt, pulverize, send him packing. Is going to be able to go unstoppable and get away from all of that action. But this is going to be the turnaround onto the Baron in favor of AOE.
Yeah, I respect what AOE's been able to do, where they find these like plays in the individual or two players, and that's all they're going for. They're not going for things like actually
Oh
re-engage.
my god, they're looking for him. Sunsy
Yep.
goes in deep, trying to find somebody, but doesn't hit anybody with the ultimate ability. It's going to be
They
the
have a lot
Tristana
of
getting
damage.
bursted down, though. It's Scoop getting chased away by Nocturne. Sunsy does not have the ultimate ability anymore. Doesn't have that ability to be able to escape. They're going to be able to jump onto him, headbutt, pulverize. Fizzy finds the kill, and it is just... You were able to get the Tristana, but you lose so much for it. And let the Viegos doing the damage on the concept.
This is big for AOE esports because again, when you're playing these like individual plays across the board, for the most part, you're taking wins. You did get a shutdown on the sketch streams, which I am at least a little bit happy about, as that's something big to consider. Not to mention that was a 4v5 where you stopped the Baron. I think Revival takes that 100%. They didn't give up too much gold. They're still up about 600 gold somehow inside of the confines of this game. But the big thing is, like, no Diana meant that they were never really able to stall. Now with Diana back, they can. Concept, maybe a little too far forward. His ultimate's almost back up, but he's just going to get run down. I think this is too much damage for him.
It's way too much. The shockwave him, they're bullying him. He's still alive, though. I'm telling you, man, this is a thick beefcake of a man here. But now we got, it's going to be Viego taking over his form. The Kai'Sa drops nets. We got Concept still looking to square up in the middle of everybody. His corpse will be finally put 6 feet under. And now it is just 3 members of Revival, and AOE looking complete control of the tempo of this game.
They are. They keep pulling these plays where, again, like, there's no consistent, like, engagement to come through from Revival. They're kind of toying around with 1 or 2 at once with, like, 2, sometimes at maximum 3 members, and they're losing that constantly because all the members of AOE are always there for the team fight, or at least enough members to actually end up winning. So that's the first real definitive, like, win and gold lead we see for AOE with $2 grand in the back pocket over top of Revival. It is traded for the Soul Point Dragon, which I think they take all day because that's the first gold lead, and Sketch Streams is extremely powerful with this Baron. They're going to be able to crack a number of towers. So AOE finally grasped firm control of the game.
Like, look at the items, look at the gold diff, Tristana popping off, but not only that, all the members across the board, for the most part, except for inside the top lane, have a gold advantage in favor of themselves in favor of AOE, and that is something that AOE desperately wanted inside of this. They wanted to be able to flex this. They wanted to be able to get this gold lead across the board for their team, and their team fighting is immaculate. This is what you and me were talking about when we were like, man, they're missing this engage. They found it, and with that proactivity and the ability to move and mold the map the way they so please.
And as it turns out, I think the person doing the ridiculous amount of heavy lifting in this game for AoE is actually Fizzy. The amount of times I've seen wards in the right place, being able to catch people out, and his separation of team fights with like the threat of the Orianna ball, but more importantly the front line and CC he brings, has just been impossible to respond to.
Oh,
Scoop
Pulp
down
at the
damage.
backside. Wait a second, Sketch. Not
Word.
going to be able to get popped there, but
Nope.
now we got the Kaisa over here into the backside. This is going to be the Paranoia, going to be able to deny some vision while jumping onto this Kaisa over onto the side. It's a shutdown. Yeah, it's going to be Viego getting taken off. Scoop able to find the 1v1 into the backside. Sketch is all alone
my
and
goodness.
CC'd. Throw away the key, and that is an ace in favor of Revival.
Oh, I'm so confused. They looked like they were losing that fight to start things off, but all of this CC train to come through from the combination of Concept and Sudsy, finally the damage starts to come out, and that's really big. This started off with an engagement, I believe, onto, yeah, it was Plux on the top side of this one, where a fair amount of damage got dropped. Orianna also throws the ball onto Viego, and Pulp is the one who tries to put some damage into Sketch Streams, not nearly as much as you wanted. Watch Scooped also. I was terrified this was going to be the death of Scooped, but it ended up not being. Nice ultimate, actually, to capture a couple of members before Darkwings could get out the other side of the fight. Fizzy tries to contest, but all of a sudden there's no damage. Somehow Scooped won the fight on the side as well. That's the CC train I was talking about right there. And again, it was a couple of really nice plays in individual moments inside the fight that allowed Revival to take that one back. And now look at the gold back. Gold's back flipped. All the Barons are down. Revival is back to their old ways as well, just shutting out everybody here and taking back the gold lead.
And it also comes back to the fact of, you know, the effective use of exhaust that we're seeing on both of these AD carries here. You got to see Scoop get a dueling advantage, and I feel like AoE kind of lost themselves. They got to feel in themselves a little bit too much, and that's a mistake that we had seen from them from both of these teams. And they can't have scattered fights like this where they just slowly get picked off one by one. They need to be able to be a little bit more defined in their team. Shockwave connecting onto Plut's immediate deletion coming out.
That it is, really quick. And that I think is what you want if you're this team right here, is these quick picks or these quick engagements that do quite a bit of damage in one upfront existence with like the shockwaves, which is why Darkwings has been so important to this team as well, alongside the likes of Alistar, who's generating kind of these situations. But like you said, if you split in like 3-4 different directions, there are powerful members. Like I said, Concept is not easy to deal with when you don't have multiple people targeting him. All of a sudden, Sudsy is sitting on 2 items with an Infinity Edge and a shield bow, which is really difficult to try to kill him inside the confines of fight. Even 3 items on Scoop, like he's no pushover either inside of the confines of fights as well. So like AoE is resorting to some of these kind of pick and guerrilla tactics. There will be a fight around these dragon in about 1 minute, which is I feel like neither team really wants a pure 5-on-5. The question is, can AoE generate one of these pick tools and like try to find 1 member, 2 members, or can Revival like break this into pieces and win individually, like piece by piece, yet again the way we saw them just do in mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, Revival also have a lot of like AoE ways to like train like all their stuff around, right? Like you do get the Nautilus to go in alongside with Yone and Diana if they're able to, and we've only been able to see those pieces go off side by side. We do have Soul Point coming up in about 40 seconds here, so I think this is where we're going to see our next fight pop up, and you can see the vision secured yet again. Fizzy doing a fantastic job of securing the vision, but their team is not in position to be able to hold this down, as the Revival just have control over this mid lane.
They lost mid prio really heavily. Concept really far up. I wonder if they won't try to pick him because he is pretty tanky, just take a bit of his health bar off. But now with the mid push, they can actually walk into jungle and just kind of shut this down. There is vision behind them for a TP if Darkwings wants to try something, but that should be visible to them if they're inside of the confines of this river, as Revival's ready to take this 5-on-5 as the Dragon's here spawning in just about 4 seconds. This wave is collapsing and AoE will be the first ones to it. But if they commit too heavily to the wave itself, they are going to have to try to push for the tower pretty quickly because this is a fast dragon. They're going to give it up. Now they're looking to try to set up some sort of bait and tangle here as they walk out of the jungle. But Concept buys them enough time, actually gets them into the fight.
Yeah, that's the reposition inside of this fight. We're seeing the Paranoia being used. Diana's looking to get a big ultimate, but Sketch is just free hitting, free firing, just completely eviscerating the HP bars. Beautiful depth charge going to the backside. They're going to be able to get the exhaust onto Sketch Streams as they're looking to lay out more damage. The Buster Shot was effective at being able to push Scooped away, almost dying to the bomb. But it is just going to be a 2-for-2 between these teams.
That it is, and they can't quite find sketch streams. It gets kind of close towards the end of that fight, and it will be a mid-tower loss as well off the resets. But still, the fact Revival was able to muscle their way into the river and then also get back to defend their mid-tower, find a fight like that, they're just inches away from taking a really solid fight. Off the back of Concept's ultimate to find something really good here. Plux goes down, I think, try to push Darkwings out the side of the fight. This is where things look good. I don't think that, the Fate Seal didn't do as much as I thought it actually would. I'm keeping eyes of when Sketchstream gets engaged against, because Scoop finds this play right here, gets in a backline, tries to find something against Darkwing. Sudsy joins him, which is what causes the death of Sudsy. Thankfully, Files was right there. And that's where the 2-for-2 ended up coming from at the very end of it, was that Scoop went really aggressive, couldn't find the assistance of Yone before the damage was coming out from Tristana. So Sketchstream's really winning the front to back for the side of AoE, but the danger is definitely present. You can see Pulp and Sudsy make the sweat come out of Sketch really heavily inside of some of these fights.
Yeah, and it's also funny too because we're seeing the opposing AD carries are exhaust are basically on the same timer. They are using them at the same time because they're like, we're seeing Scoop go in, exhaust the Tristana, and then Tristana's like, no, you exhausting him back, and it's just a back and forth between these two. But another pivotal thing to take note of is they aren't able to find their way on the Sketch, and I feel like a lot of this team's identity for AoE is on Sketch, even though the gold is even and whatnot. It still is very much so a scary thing to think about, that if Sketch goes down, how bad do the team fights start looking?
When the range damage, specifically Kai'Sa, I think, dies, Viego can play the front to back, but Tristana's always able to play the front to back, which is really nice. So, like, Viego is playing a bit more of the front, and if you don't put any focus in him, that means that immediately the fight starts to get lost, because Tricksters does a ridiculous amount of damage. But Concept is a lot to try to break through. A number of these divers are difficult to break through. Sketch has to play very perfectly to make sure the damage is not going to be there onto him from Pulp or from Sudsy. And Scoop also has been showing a propensity to jump immediately onto Sketch as soon as possible to remove one of the massive damage threats inside this game. So there is that to pay attention to as well. Scoop has a really ready trigger finger to try to attack this Tristana as well.
Oh man, this is looking at very much so identical. Flip the map, and it's looking like they're trying to find something. Sketch is over here by himself. Does have a couple members over here to the side. It's going to get a nice couple shots on the Concept. He's got so much armor. But that Kraken Slayer is putting in so much work. But the inside track is still there for AoE.
Are you going to Baron here? They're obviously not concerned that there's a base race. Yeah, and AoE also realizes that. So now they have to work their way into this bear pit. That's such a fast Baron! It's almost dead!
It's almost gone! It will be gone! It's gonna be a huge shockwave though! 4 members! Sudsy tries to get a huge ult off, but it's just gonna be him getting eviscerated here. The Tristana is gonna get popped by Scoop, but Scoop falls down as well. It is only Concept against the remaining 3 members of them. They're not gonna be able to kill this beefcake of a man, but Fizzy will make sure to keep him from getting back to the base. Only Baron buff secured onto him. Holy, what was...
That was an excruciatingly decisive fight from the side of AoE. They were in a rough situation where it's like, if they commit super heavily to the base, they lose that trade because of Baron. Now Concept's trying to cut the wave. He feels tanky enough to worry. I think he might actually die here from the CC and everything else that comes through. Yeah, he's just getting your CC to death right now.
Yeah, he's trying to ult away. It's not enough. He's going to be able to, you know, come back over here and hit these minions. But he bought a lot of time so the inhibitor doesn't go down. But Baron, off the table. Knocked off every single member of Revival here. And just look at the shockwave. Immaculate that come through here.
It's amazing shockwave. And the Alistar also getting a massive AoE. I think it's a 4-man shockwave into a 4-man Alistar ultimate, or like knockup. Yeah, there's all 4.
There
there's another 4 immediately. That ultimate from Sudsy also is not getting enough done. They were able to find the Tristana, thankfully, in the midst of this. Scoop almost able to get out. Maybe if Scoops get out to the pit and he's able to kill Faisal or something, this fight looks a lot different. But unfortunately, because they're all grouped up in this Baron pit, they took it really fast. But the preparation was still there to get them inside of the pit for the side of AoE. Although, all things said and done, all this is amounted to is a 300 goldie. They're still really close in the gold department, shockingly.
This game is 35 minutes in, and there's no indication here of who is going to be able to pick up the dub. But hey, yo, Cloud Soul, you know, they're saying, all right, listen, it's our turn to get the soul. You guys run in position for it. You put all your eggs in the Baron. Where's it at now? What good did it do you?
The important thing also is Scooped is getting to the point in the game where itemization is nearly matched with Sketchstream. So it's like, okay, he had the Hourglass a second ago, now switched it for the crit cloak. So I don't know if you're going into something crit or if you're just like keeping that in your inventory as an extra damage source. What? Oh, poor Pulp just got eviscerated. That was, okay, that was
He got beat into a Pulp. Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely eviscerated with that shockwave. So they might be able to just work their way in. They're trying at least. The problem is Concept is an excruciatingly scary front line. Like, they cannot do anything into Concept very easily. Look at that health bar. Sitting on like 5,000-6,000 right now, which is just insane. So that's what Sketched has to work through. They don't have that on the side of AOE. So that means if Pulp or if Sketched and Scooped are working at the same place at the same time.
Oh, Pulp looking for the engage. Doesn't find Sketch.
Found it.
Sketch is over here onto the side. It is going to be Viego getting eviscerated, though. Lots of damage coming on through. Dark Wings is going to get there. It's just Revival sweeping all of the carries here. One by one, they fall. They find themselves getting taken off the map. Pulp looking to try and grab somebody else. But Revival, they see an angle and they take it.
They played so well around keeping Sketch Streams alive for, what was it, 37 or 35 minutes, 36 minutes into this game. And finally, everything breaks loose, pulling everybody out of the way, and Sketch Streams goes through. Pulp, I don't think, can stop this right now, because I don't think the ultimate's quite up. Yeah, so Pulp's not going to be able to prevent that. But I think this just could be the end anyway. You still have 15 seconds on Trickster, 30 seconds still waiting for Dark Wings at maximum. This could just be the end of the game.
Yeah, this is
down.
GA Pop is not going to be able to be much for this world. As you were talking about, Baron fell quick. You want to see these towers? You want to see the Nexus? Revival say we are going to put ourselves at match point here, and they find the second game in this best of 5.
AOE, I think for all intents and purposes, we're gaining my vote for the team that should have been winning in this one. Only because they played their team fight really well, top to bottom in that game. The one time they lose a fight was at 36 minutes when the other team is ready to finish the game. They throw 2 members off to the side of the fight into the random jungle. All of a sudden, Darkwings and Sketch are like, no one's there. No one's in front of us. What are we supposed to do? And they get dove on really immediately. Props to Pulp for forcing that fight and being able to find like an E flash into an ultimate to get everything together. But that, I think, was the sole real misplay from AOE that cost them a ridiculous amount in that fight. To lose their ADC, who's such a backbone in their fight, and then to lose the game off the back of it, one that they were actually had a really good chance of winning.
I mean, I think you said it the best. I'm still in amazement, man. When a game is so close and it goes on for so long, we're seeing what happens. It takes one moment, one opportunity. That's all it takes for you to be able to destroy the opposing Nexus. That's all it takes for you to win the game. The death timers are so long. And Revival are now at match point now. Off of that one misplay. This is...
The problem I'm noticing right now also is, again, I've seen this a number of times with Revival. If you're letting them work towards their win condition, they will always express that win condition against you. It's just going to happen every single time. You can't just try to play the game on even footing, because Revival will try to find ways to pull 5-on-5s, they'll pull like, dragon things and all that stuff. That's going to get forced on you no matter what. You have to shut down their game plan consistently. Otherwise, you run into this Revival where it's like all you have to do is make one mistake, they win the game off the back of it. And now, backs against the wall, AOE, it's not good enough just to not make mistakes. It's not good enough to play to your composition. You have to come out and shut down Revival. Otherwise, they're just going to continue what they've done, and they're going to take a 3-0 against your org for the second week in a row.
Yeah, somehow they find the high ground. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take ourselves a short break. When we come back, it's going to go to our analyst test as they get us ready for game number 3 here inside the grand final. So make sure you don't touch that browser.
And game two, suddenly, although having similar results, but not the same sort of essence, it's like having the same. It's just like not saying Leviosa, but it's Leviosa. But what matters is that the essence is felt within inside. Beats on Boulevard, joined yet again by Rafa and Ravishing Ravisher host Broskis. Before we get into breaking down the game, I just want us to have a moment of silence for my man Concept, but not for him, his opponents. Hyper, roll back the clip, please. It's all he had. This is Mark.
Where's the crab rave music? Where's the crab rave music when you need it? Bum bum
Yeah,
bum
actually.
bum 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 like this. This was a tragedy. This was just, my God. And the reason why we got the shades on is because that play was so blindingly devastating that we have to just protect our eyes. We had to, and I hope everyone at home has some sunglasses on as well. We care about your vision, ladies and gentlemen. So, take whatever measures you need to protect yourselves in these trying times. I mean, my goodness, in church growing up, my mama Mila and abuelo, we would say a prayer for a tragedy like that. Nuestro Padre Celestial, esos pendejos son tontos, por favor. Damos la fuerza que podemos recuperar de esta tragedia. Amen. And it's something like that, and I'll give the translation sometime later. But after that, Ravish, then now we can start actually talking about the game.
Might as well, bro. Just like, just to echo your statement, Mark. As my grandparents would say, what was that? What was happening? But just leave them in confusion, which is how I felt in just the utter state of dismay going throughout the game. Because at some points it seemed genuinely close. AOE came out with a solid early game beat, but why couldn't they capitalize on that? What really went wrong there for them?
Well, the thing is, I think the problems really do start in the early game. I mean, from minute one, we were in the middle of a conversation when I just immediately lose it seeing the Scion strat still live on true. You go for the late invade bottom side. They don't fully figure it out yet on the side of AoE. And of course, Scion takes a camp or two just to make sure you don't fully get the trade. And at that point, you can see that Trickster is trying to make up for it with some plays, some potential ganks coming through. It doesn't actually play out. So right off the bat, you have a lot of tempo in your favor. You have a farm lead as well for the side of Revival. And then that clip we saw a moment ago also happens. And at that point, your early game is doomed. Even though we got some good looks later on from AoE, Revival play together so very well that like when it matters, they can team fight excellently and clutch up.
And you saw the team finally continue throughout the game, where although in the first little bit, even though they lose out on that first Baron as well, dragging control in AoE's favor, you're thinking, yo, they got this. This is the comeback, right? Then we continue to see plays like first after the Baron as well. And there's a specific clip to which I do want you to bring up real quick. Is a clip all the way at the back where you see the mid game team fight right in the mid lane, and my man, on the Kaiser jumps in for the 1v1 and decides, yo, it's me and you here, hombre, and nobody else, eh? Like you look at me and me only in the eyes, see to my face, you want to kill me, but fortunately that does not, unfortunately end up going in his way, and from there at that point it just completely turns on his head. I will have that for you on just a second, but Mark, coming to you on this, bro. We've seen AoE in these back and forth positions so many times. What are they not doing?
Sketch streams needs to be protected, bro. I mean, now I will say that AoE are still putting a lot of the eggs into the sketch streams basket, but this is a different style of composition. In game one, it was really just Sketch and Faisal as the main two damage threats, whereas Trick was kind of an early bridge and then gets outscaled as Olaf. This time around, AoE go for a multi-threat overload composition, and especially with reset-based champion like Tristana, that's great. And I honestly, the way that AoE played this game a lot throughout the entire game, I mean, Dean hit it right on the head. They had been protecting Sketch for so long, for 35 minutes, but then the one team fight near the end was all Revival needed to end the game, because the game is so late enough at that point. It's just one misplay is all that it takes to be able to close out the game. So I this is what I have to say. I honestly don't think that this was AoE's game to win, and it's a heroic play from Pulp being able to find the engage and annihilate Sketch and in the front line out of the fight before AoE are able to properly re-engage the fight. Because if he was kept alive for so long, I know I said that they need to protect Sketch better. That was a joke, because they did such a damn good job throughout the majority of the game. So I honestly, if you were to run this composition back, I wouldn't change anything. It's really just small mis-execution windows from AoE that are just plaguing them. I still believe that they could have won game one and they could have won game two, and sure, that could be my copium just taking a hit as I'm getting closer and closer to being wrong on the desk here. But it's really just small margins of windows where Revival just find the right clutch moments and they win. And at the end of the day, that is all really that matters.
Yo, fam, firstly, two things. Like, I definitely do want to point out that, like you mentioned before, with the Sketch in both these games has been playing absolutely out of his mind. From the 2v2 to the team fights, though, fantastic stuff. But like you mentioned there, Mark, it was one little slip, and like the same Chicken Little, bro. One little slip is all it takes. Some of the bare naked ladies. It was a fusion of confusion and a few confounding things. But we'll see if AoE is able to bring themselves out of that hole and survive, and we go into possibly the final game of the night. Travesty and Dean Rebel Fox Merrick to take you through that. See what's up.
Thank you, Analyst Test, for getting us ready for game number 3 here. We are going to be looking at what could possibly be the final game of the grand finals here, as Revival has taken match point in favor of themselves. I'm Travis D. I'm joined here by Rebel Fox. Rebel, This is such a back and forth affair, regardless of the scoreline being 2-0.
It's incredible how close these two teams are capable of being in terms of every single fight, every instance of the game, and just how the games are playing out, only for Revival to be up 2-0 right now. It feels like this just as easily could be a 2-0 on the side of AOE Will's Kittens, and we would have been expecting the exact same thing, saying the same thing about Rival. We're like, oh, it could have been 2-0 for Rival. It's super close. Very minimal things need to be changed. I think one of the biggest things, I still want to see a little bit more of a standard comp from the side of AOE Kittens. They haven't really tried it yet, like in a superficial way. They've given it a shot at like a front to back or that kind of thing, but they've had no real like tank engage. They've had no frontliner, that kind of thing. All I want to see is one attempt at that instead of going for the crazy stuff. Only because I think right now, if they get their feet set, they seem to be doing well inside of fights, and Sketch does have the ability to carry fights. So that's what I'd like to see. If they're going to play that strategy again, give them a shot. Give them a legitimate shot.
Yeah, give Fizzy somebody else to help him do the thing, all right? Fizzy's been out there, and you highlighted Fizzy inside of the last game, and it's something definitely to think about. Fizzy has been just performing time and time again, playing these engagement champions for the team. He is the sole source of it for his team. They need something else. And, I like the beginning of their draft where they did do the Nocturne takeaway from the side of them. And we got to see the Paranoia come in, but the Nocturne didn't really get to have his moment in the sun or anything like that. It was definitely still the same show that we saw. And even though, as Rafa pointed out inside on the analyst desk, talking about how they had this triple threat composition where there's just threats scattered all over the place, you're in this weird situation where you're still protecting your AD carry. So I'm with you on this, right? AOE, maybe play a little bit more standard. Try and get something that lets you have a go button that isn't headbutt, pulverize, and got.
You also still need to shut down the win condition of Revival, because that's one of the biggest things. Again, I've seen even games where, like, I seem to remember in Challengers Uprising, they were playing against Cloud9, and they were down like 12,000 gold, ended up winning the game, because the biggest portion of that game that was not actually addressed was, like, Revival was still getting their win conditions. They were still stacking dragons, and Scoop was pulling gold, and that was the important bit of their comp. Everything else didn't matter. It didn't matter that their support was down 5,000 gold. It didn't matter that they had differences in a couple of other lanes. The team fight was always available. They could always play to their win condition, and they were able to make it work. And they ended up turning that game on its head despite being down 12,000 gold. If they could do it from 12,000 gold down against C9 Amateur, they could do it from anywhere. They could do it from any situation. You need to shut out their win conditions. Identify what it is, force them into something, pigeonhole them into something in the drafting phase, and then make sure that it's closed off. Clamp that shut, Revival then just immediately dies. You have individual play, sure, from like Sudsy and Concept that are capable, but that's just individual. Those individual moments of brilliance only go to support the system that they're trying to run. And that last one, it was a lot more team fight based, and having Concept as big as he was off the back of that huge play at the beginning of the game was a massive boon to everything that happened in the mid game and kept Revival on their feet. But it was still ultimately just in favor of that one massive play, which is their ability to team fight. Find that out, stop it. That's how AOE starts to come back.
I would love to see them be able to identify what the opposing team's win condition. It can be just as effective as finding your own win condition there. So over here on the side, we do see AOE Will's Kittens are choosing to stay over here on the blue side, still wanting to have that value of the first pick. They shook up their bans last time around. I'm wondering if we're going to see this massive change up in bans yet again after game number 2.
We could definitely talk about this, but I think I need to pick your brain about one thing specific, because we talked about something at the beginning of the day before everything else started, and I think it's time that we bring it up, which is right now we're 2 games in. I think both games were like 35 plus minutes. Whether Revival is going to win this or this is going to go the distance, we're going to need some additional energy. So I've got my carbonated drink here. I don't know if your bang is around somewhere, but we're going to pull a rehash of... Oh, did you crack it already? You haven't
It's not
cracked
cracked,
it!
baby.
Okay,
I haven't
cheers.
cracked it.
Cheers.
Wait, which way is it? All right.
This way. That way. All right.
There we go. All right, yeah. Let's get it. And, it's going to be a banger. Absolutely certified there.
One way or another, we're going to use this energy for something. Whether it means we have to expand it over 3 games, or if we just get to funnel it all into the final game.
Reverse sweep starts here, Rebel.
I know Hyper's sweating right now because you keep saying that, but one way or another, we're getting another exciting game, because the first 2 were way too good to ask for just like a slow drip, boring victory from one of these 2 teams. We're keeping bans pretty consistent as well.
Yeah, honestly, staying pretty standard. I think, if you're looking over on the other side, the big thing for the side of AOE Will's Kittens that I feel like is a major proponent wasn't the bans. I think the bans are actually pretty fine. It's the picks and what kind of composition they're going for, I think Sketch has shown that he is a multi-threat, and I think Revival do have to put some respect on that name, and how they put the respect on that name will be interesting because let's be honest, inside of these two games, Sketch has been showing there is a huge difference between him and Scooped right now.
But there is. I like the Jinx that comes out first, because now you get to play, I guess, a little bit to what Will's Kittens is going to ban out here. Only because if you see something like Thresh come out, and they're actually going to get rid of Nocturne. This was first pick by them. I think that was a fumble a little bit, because they don't, like, Faisal was good at it, don't get me wrong, but it didn't really do all that much in the confines of the game. It's not something that Faisal wants to play. They mostly took it so that Revival couldn't get it at V1. So don't do that. Like, just take what you're comfortable with and then focus on shutting down what they're going to do, because you played a little bit too far into the hand. So they ban out the Nocturne. This time Jinx and Triss are taken off the board. Thresh is available if Fizzy wants the Thresh again, which was really good in game 1. If not, they give it over to Plux. The potential's there for a reposition. I hadn't recognized Lee Sin was up. I forgot about that. That's the important one.
Yeah, and that's some real nice flexibility to come out there. You got a 3-way flex on the Lee Sin. It's a very powerful champion in its own regard too. I will be seeing what the ideal is going to be, because I believe didn't we get to see this last week where the Lee Sin went topside and Concept said, all right, I'm playing Urgot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Concept showed he's perfectly fine and capable of playing Urgot into
Absolutely.
this Lee Sin. And I think this is smart from Revival. Grab the Kai'Sa. Scoop looked comfortable on it, at least in the mid game.
That he did. It's probably the most played ADC that he's had over the course of the entire split, so that's something to pay attention to. Not only this split, but also just even improving rounds and things. Like, this is probably just the most played ADC he's had for the entirety of every bit of League of Legends we've had the pleasure to watch him play over the course of this entire year. Interestingly, okay, the Diana comes back. It was really good early. It kind of fell off a bit. It went into more of a tanky build, kind of became an engage for the side of Revival, although Pulp obviously had a couple of nice moments, but it felt like those like backline accesses weren't ever really there, and they weren't hitting nearly as hard as I wanted them to be. So either way, comfort for Pulp, and if you're playing into the Lee Sin, there's at least a little bit of counter play between the two of them there, because there's some interest between that. But my fear is that Diana just gets kicked out, and then all of a sudden her ultimate's useless. This is left. Aphelios Thresh is available, and that's kind of terrifying me, quite honest.
Yeah, I was like looking at the 80 carries, kind of going through them in my head. Aphelios has been coming back into play. Everybody's remembering, hey, there was 200 years of game development put into this champion. It'd be a shame not to do it. And here we go. We got the Thresh Aphelios lane. You called it yourself, Rebel.
I'm a big fan of watching Aphelios just because, like, there's so many ADCs that I watch for an extended period of time that I get bored of. So, like, I remember when Xayah was meta, and I got bored of Xayah. I get bored of Kai'Sa from time to time watching that. I got bored of Misfortune watching Misfortune. I feel like I've never been tired of watching Aphelios. Like, Aphelios is always interesting because there's stuff to watch, there's always things to do, and it feels like you have a bunch of, like, abilities and things to use in a fight, even though your auto attacks are doing the majority. You have ways to, like, be tactical about your approach from any situation, which is always quite nice and it's refreshing. It gives sketch streams a way to both teamfight and have some interactive play, and it's a champion that is, I still think, to this day, very, very strong, but it's not overloaded the way that it was before. There's now counterplay and things that you can do against it, which is interesting to watch. So I'm excited to see Aphelios, and I think this is probably the best carry sketch streams he's had all night as well.
Yes, and looking over across the board, I do like the answer from Revival. Just go ahead and grab the Nautilus again. If you're looking at ways to try and play around in Aphelios, he is an immobile 80 carry, right? So one of the big things is he is that hyper carry, but he also has a critical weakness of not being able to have any kind of gap closers or escape mechanisms inside of his kit. And now we're going over to these pick and bans here. Interestingly enough, I think this is the first time we've actually seen Set be banned inside of the series so far, and that's really showing, hey, we don't want to see any, Set coming into play against this Lee Sin.
Funny enough, actually, Revival played it in their first series against Will's Kittens, and then they banned it on BlueSat as well. So people are playing it, but they haven't really actually put a bunch of focus in it in this series, or at least it's felt a lot more downplayed. And Revival lost both those games. They flexed it between Sudsy and Concept during their last series of the season up against Will's Kittens, where Will's Kittens took that 2-0, which is why this series was super exciting to start with, because they'd split over the course of the season, and they both came out of the same division to end up here in the finals against one another. And even to this point, after taking a 2 against Revival with the Set pick, they're still not willing to hand it over. So something about this pick is giving them a little bit of bump in the night vibes, as now also the Yone taken off the board. The question is, we finally ended up in this place where it feels like we can blind pick either top or mid lane. I am curious if they're willing to lean really heavily into Concept, or if you just go into Urgot here, assuming Lee Sin is going to end up in top side.
I think that might be the way that they end up deciding they want to go it, right? Like, I think Concept has shown himself to be just completely fine playing blind topside, and Renekton actually showing itself for the first time. So Concept keeping that streak of playing a unique champion every game so far inside this series for themselves. And right now, the Renekton pick is going to be interesting to see how that dynamic goes. And now Will's Kittens, they have to show where the Lee Sin's going to end up.
They will. As you've got a really powerful laner, and you know Sudsy can take this too, so there's that flexibility to consider as well, which is just interesting to consider. As now, in terms of just individual playmaking, I think Faisal and Darkwings are both good at it. The Karma is interesting as an addition as well to this team. I like that Karma is kind of getting reintroduced a little bit in certain laning phases. The question is now, where are we all ending up with this kind of stuff? I feel as though... Oh, what is it?
Give me engage. I want to go button.
Other than a Lee Sin flash cake or something?
I want more, please.
More engage. You just want like a Malphite or something?
Yeah, give me that. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down bad for it. No, that's not engage. That's a bear.
He jumps in. That's enough. He ults. Yeah, it's home record. No mad magical. Call it home record in this game. All right.
All right. Well, I mean, they do lock in Volibear. It is some beef to their composition here. Does add into this whole like run at you style that they have. But Bro will get their pick now. What do they want to play into this this Karma? It's just going to be an Orianna. I think this is nice and stable for them.
Interesting. Mostly because like I see that Volibear, and Volibear immediately is just like striking that Will's Kittens considered that it was exclusively going to be Renekton top lane. There was no chance of anything coming through. And so they get to see these two matchups where they're like, okay, we have Karma in mid lane, and we have Volibear in top lane. And those are your choices of playing Renekton. Who wants it? And they say Concept is going to take it. And then they pick Orianna, which is perfectly fine because Orianna's got pretty free laning phase against the Karma, even with the Lee Sin in the jungle now instead of in one of the other positions. Unless it's jungle Volibear, which would start to go a little bit crazy. But my idea was initially just that, like, I feel like Renekton's fine into Karma mid lane because that's probably where Karma's going to end up. And then you can go a little bit crazier with a top lane pick of some sort, something AD likely to keep the AP exclusivity to the Diana so that it's harder to itemize against her. But that didn't happen either. So everything that I thought about was going out the door from Revival because they just go for a very standard composition, about as standard as we've seen pretty much all night from this team.
Yeah, this is very much so. I think stable is the word for it, right? Like, this is a composition that you can really identify exactly what it's wanting to go for. It has some very nice team fights for itself. The synergy with the composition itself is actually pretty good. They got some good side lane threat on the for Concept, which has just been him just all series long being very strong in these side lanes. Over on the side of AOE, I am a bit curious too. They do have a little bit more of a go trigger. They have the built-in Shirelias, of course, for the Karma. This is going to be a Volibear over into the top side, as we were talking about before, and it's definitely a different composition, and I do think it's a lot better than the other compositions I've seen, at least in terms of like how they fight things. It is still very reliant on going back to the game one strategy of we run at them fast, and that is that is their main goal.
And even worse, I think, also, is like when you think of who's been able to do damage over the course of the series, they've given that ability to Trickster, they've given a little bit to Darkwings, they've given it to Faisal sometimes, depending on what game it is, and Sketchstreams has always been the carry. This one, it's like Aphelios, and then Lee Sin's got some, Karma's got some, and like Volibear's got some, but for the most part, it's just Aphelios. Like, they're really heavily leaning into this proposition of Sketchstreams doing a fair amount of the heavy lifting, and especially into a composition where you've got Diana for ball delivery and Orianna for the ball actually to deliver in the right position. It feels like they're banking really heavily on some lanes that are going well here just to make sure they can snowball into mid-game where Revival has found their thrive. So now, I think they are good in that regard because, like, Faisal should be in an okay place with Volibear. This is an old-timey counter pick that's been existent in the last, like, half a year or so. Orianna's going to be fine into the Karma, or Karma's going to be fine to the Orianna to start things off because Karma's got better wave clear. And that should open up Trickster to do things on the Lee Sin. But if you don't get that kind of stickiness and you don't start the game off on a decent foot, you're just all Aphelios, which is, it's fine. Sketchstreams is great, but that literally is what happened to them in the previous game, and we saw how that went, so.
Also, I do want to also point attention at Revival and the early game strategies that they've had here. Right, they've been doing a brilliant job of making sure that they've been taking Trickster and making him uncomfortable inside the jungle. And Trickster, you see, the type of jungler they are is even if the resources are taken after him, they're still going to beat their head against a wall at that point in time. They're still going to come after you very aggressively. So, Revival's had 2 games of that to realize, hey, this is the kind of player. He doesn't just sit down and die. He just says, all right, let's go faster then. It is a very interesting concept, and I feel like we have to see if that's going to be another strategy that Revival does, or if they kind of leave it alone and go for some other objective here.
Yeah, I feel like this is perhaps the first game where that early game plan is start to fall off because it is a lot harder to try to support with these lanes that you set up. Because for the most part, Volibear should be fine in the early levels. Again, Karma should move faster than Orianna for the most part. Even Aphelios Thresh have an okay time in the earlier laning phase, being able to put some poke down into the likes of like the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus. So you should be able to roam in certain circumstances at minimum, if not like it's just an even lane state where you can move. So Trickster has a lot less pressure on him to try to like go for aggressive plays or to have this pressure put on where this counter jungling occurs, which has happened in multiple games before. So hopefully, with his feet solid on the ground, no real invade attempts probably to come out, no craziness at level 1, Trickster can actually get off on a decent foot in one of these games and start to put pressure across the map, which is the thing that AoE's been missing the entire time. Trickster has always been the consistent key to their success. Hopefully they can find that in this game.
Have to see, but ladies and gentlemen, we're in game number 3. This is match point in favor of Revival. Is it going to be them closing out the series, or is this going to be the beginning of the reverse sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be finding out here inside of this game, and I'm going to be honest, I'm excited to be able to figure out what the answer may be here. We're seeing yet again some early wards coming out from both sides here. So they do have an idea where both of these junglers are.
That we do. Getting an opportunity to see both of them as the red buff was warded out here. And on the opposite side, there is nothing else quite yet. So at minimum Revival, they don't have the same kind of level 1 tactic where they go for like a double red buff with the likes of the Scion. But at minimum, they do still have a bit of information as to where the Lee Sin will be starting. Actually starting on the Raptors. I wonder if it was an E start as well, if it was like the standard W, because I know the life steal is pretty important for Lee Sin to start things off. But either way, I actually don't usually see Raptor starts on the Lee Sin. And also I've seen some crazy stuff where you take 3 camps and you immediately start ganking, which is like, that was like old tech, where it was like level 3 as fast as possible, immediately into the lanes and start ganking. Yeah. But I've seen that pop up. That's something that exists pretty consistently. I've seen even MSI people were making those plays happen on the likes of the Lee Sin to find some aggression early.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I do want to point out the pings actually showed that the side of Revival was caught off guard by that start as well. But here we go. Early aggression on the Fizzy already. Beautiful looks from Plutz.
That it is. Concept also has push in this lane, which is Faisal was not early to level 2, which means Concept was able to get in his face with this level 2 Renekton. And that makes it a little harder. This wave's going to get stacked. I wonder if he does anything, because this is dangerously close to like a 3-wave stack, but it's not quite, because it's a little bit rough. And on a 2-wave stack, you usually move rather than like you actually like do a cheater recall. But a 3-wave stack, you go for a cheater recall. So Concept was in this weird zone where he could have pushed hard and gone for 2, or he can relax and go for 3 and maybe look for cheater, but he might not end up with either. As you can see, Trickster pulling like 4 camp with Wolves as well as the blue buff, which is a little different to pull this level 3 as fast as possible. Now heading up the top, but that early lane pressure actually allowed Concept to put down a ward, and Pulp is hovering this immediately.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Going to be able to lay a lot of damage. Stun him up. The safeguard is going to be there. He's looking to lay out a bit more damage. Pulp is going to be able to find the first blood. Now it's the Thunder God looking to lay out some damage of his own. Pulp will make a swift retreat, but a 1-for-1 between these two.
Flash, 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 all of them down. And all 4 of those members as fast as possible. And a big thing is Volibear pulls second blood, and it's first blood for Pulp. So Pulp once again gets this early advantage on the likes of that Diana, being able to pull gold off the beginning of the game. And this time, Faisal's actually the one that pulls the advantage for this Volibear, who's already in a decent laning phase against the likes of Renekton. This is perhaps the first time we've seen Concept in kind of a really rough spot in the laning phase to begin with. So there's that also to continue.
Ooh, nice death sentence to connect on the Fizzy. Is going to be able to get the exhaust onto Scoop. Scoop's having a lot of his HP bar just decimated there, and it was looking like something nice for this bot lane here, but Now it looks like they have regained control. A teleport coming down here into the bot side. They're looking to accelerate this quick. Darkwings is down here. They're going to have Busy that's starting this off. Darkwings is going to be able to lay out a lot of damage with the Aphelios in the midst of them all. It's going to be them getting one kill. They're looking for more. Sunsy trying to command attack his way throughout this. Pulp's going to be able to find the kick onto Busy here as Sketch is laying out even more damage. Root him in place. Continue the chase, but he's not going to be able to spit out any hot fire. This is Pulp looking to pop off. He's looking for the triple kill. He is going to be able to find it while over onto the bad side. It is going to be Lee Sin being able to find that kill onto the Orianna. Pulp actually couldn't solidify that triple kill and might end up paying for it dearly. Is going to take a heaping amount, and that shutdown switching over to this Lee Sin.
Oh my goodness, junglers abound inside of this game. The early aggression from both of them finding some solid plays. This is an attempted dive very early with the TP, which is crazy. And it was defended nicely as this late TP, it kind of dissuades this team from trying to find something. The nice hook onto Fizzy, as well as the auto attack late, actually put up going to damage, but they step way too far in. Not to mention, this gun swap right here into Gravitum was humongous for Sketch Streams to be able to find a fair amount of roots and actually find the damage into a number of members. Finally, Pulp regens the fight, but isn't level 6 yet. A level 6 would have certainly wiped this entire team as fast as possible, but that doesn't occur for Pulp or for Sudsy, so it's just a handful. This right here is the breaking point. Sudsy ends up getting brought down by Jungle is weak because of a play that went through, and on the opposite side, it looked like Pulp had given up on Darkwings in an attempt to escape with his life, but instead just walks face first into Trickster, didn't have the cooldowns, ends up losing his life right then and there.
Here we go. We're having a repeat coming in here hot. The junglers are looking to bring into action, but it's going to be a root that's going to be able to start this all off. Pulp is going to be able to fall down. Fizzy is still alive. Uses the lantern, bring Aphelios into range. And Scooped is not long for the world. It seems he's burning from the red buff. Is going to barely be able to survive and has to make a swift retreat. But AOE coming out on top in the bot lane. He's not done. Trickster's looking for blood.
Oh, Trickster. He can't hit the Q. And there's absolutely no way Scoop steps out of that brush to assist his Nolan right there, because one was going to deal his demise, so that wouldn't have happened. But this is what we've been waiting for from AOE. They found a couple of early game aggression plays from Revival into this jungler to start with. Finally, Trickster is the one who's able to put on this aggression and find these abilities to fight with. And not to mention, you continue some of the other plot lines from other games where Sketch Stream's fine, doubled the CS right now with Scooped, as well as having that early kill, puts him into a great position. Now Trickster, all of a sudden, exceptionally strong. Volibear's in a good place. That means that Concept isn't getting this massive lead. This is the first really, really amazing start we've seen from AOE. Now setting up 2,000 gold at only 6 minutes, or 7 minutes, my apologies, in the game. Watch the dive on top side in exchange for this dragon. If this fails, there could be some real problems that occur from Revival, as they've got no legs to stand on in this early game.
Pulp's looking to try and start this off here, but it's the Volibear is just going to use his ultimate ability to get away from there. He's calling out the storm, man, and Pulp not really able to find that early aggression. And this is, Revival having to do a different early game start. This is the AOE that we had seen in the regular season that were looking so freaking good. Is look at this Pulp getting caught out. Hasaki, he kicked him in the face, and that's Lee Sin just squaring up with him.
Trickster is kind of bodying, which is what we've like I said, I've been wanting it. It's what's happened the majority of the season here. This is what made AOE such a dangerous team, is their ability to get Trickster ahead and start generating a bunch of these plays. And this individual performance from Trickster alone, it's so impressive to watch time and time again, constantly putting damage into Pulp, tracking Pulp around the place. And now it started off with a 3 kills for 3 kills for both junglers, ending up being an advantage for AOE. And now already 3 deaths given to Pulp in exchange for that. More kills onto multiple members of the map. Trickster absolutely popping off, already controlled that dragon, gonna snag Rift Herald as well. Again, AOE building on this advantage that Trickster has generated for them immediately in this game.
Trickster is a different player right now, man. He is playing so well, and we can see why this Lee Sin was banned away from him in the past 2 games, and they put the focus on the Sketch. They don't realize Sketch had so much in the tank besides the Tristana, besides the Jinx, and now their opportunities have been opened up for themselves here. Revival in a bit of a tricky spot now because this Lee Sin is popping off, and like you talked about earlier, this has caused this Aphelios to have such a huge lead generated for themselves.
That has. And it's difficult to, like, they're not completely out of this game right now on the side of Revival, but it does open up a lot of this early game aggression to shut down what the mid game is that comes through from Revival usually, as they contest around what is eventually third dragon and things like that. That's been their striking point across the map. And if they're sitting down 3,000, 4,000 gold, it's really difficult to try to find that. So finding a bit of gold somewhere around here, Pulp easily could try to find something with a big ultimate.
Look at this.
Concept doing fine into Faisal, but yeah, Trickster's not going to allow that one to come.
Yeah, it's not gonna be able to happen. It's just standard. You hit the Dragon Rage kick and just close it in with that executor off of the Q. Throw that feet. And that's just going to be Shelly summoned into the top side here. This is going to be able to lay a bit of damage onto it. Sudsy trying to find something on the Dark Wings here, but Dark Wings isn't having any of it.
It just nets first tower here for the side of AOE, and it's, again, Trickster, you got to pay a bunch of dividends to this guy, because right now, finding aggression on his own and also playing to the lanes necessary, because right here, Volibear's fine into Renekton in the earlier laning phase, especially with Bramblevest finish, so Renekton's under no ability to try to solo kill the Volibear most of the time. Playing to this lane just furthers that concept in the side lane and continues to spike this gold ahead. Now you're seeing it's like Lucidity Boots and Gordrick are already finished for Trickster to start attacking these other lanes. So like Sketch Streams already has 25 CS lead over top of Scoop. If you play to that lane, all of a sudden your second side lane collapses, and we're just sitting on Sudsy remaining with this Diana as an attempt at a team fight where like you could get a ton of burst damage in one, but that's not going to carry you through an entire team fight, especially if you don't tag Sketch Streams, who can then carry from that point on. So Trickster running things in this early game, if he continues at the pace he's going right now, will just be absolutely horrific from Revival, and we'll certainly be going to game 4.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the big things to take note of too, Pulp not being able to find any proactivity. Trying to find a way here. Has been stuck to farming the cancer. We saw it just a moment ago. It's just sitting inside the bush for so long, but not able to pull the trigger on anything down here into the bot side. Well, we see this Lee Sin over here in the bot side. Could look for a potential angle, but they know Scooped has bat. They know that Plutz has bat, and you see this. This is what we wanted to see from these two. We wanted to see Fizzy and Tricks actually just, go together, be this duo inside of this jungle support, and really show that repertoire. And look, Pope has to recall here. He has to try and respond to this dive that could potentially happen in the bot side.
Worst case is just going to be Gromp and a couple of tower plates heading over. They have the wave clear to set up for at least this one, and Pulp will be able to arrive about a little after, or like alongside this extra wave. So if they continue this train of thought, it might go poorly for AOE, only because they're ready for it. But the Dragon could also just be the play. If Pulp is coming down here for that reason, they need to make sure Orianna's broken out, and that's why you see, I think Pulp has gone from going for bottom side. Oh,
here we go. They're looking for it. Depth charge is going to be able to go through, laying out a good amount of damage here, though. CC and Sketch, but here comes the TP. Sketch needs to be in a careful spot here. Is looking at the Renekton. Dark Wings is over here inside the area. Beautiful play to keep him off. Going to be able to root him up. It's going to be able to lay a lot of damage. Concept getting eviscerated and will be taken out, as now it's going to be Jungle. He's going to get a beautiful little kick in there, but it's not going to be able to amount to too terribly much. But he's still just dashing around inside this team fight. He's going to be able to land yet another Q, but is not going to be doing that. Safeguard over to Dark Wings, and this is just them jumping back over to this Drake. They have the advantage. They have the inside track.
And again, Pulp, if you walk directly bot lane, I think arrives there a little bit faster and maybe can actually make a bit more happen, especially off the TP from Darkwings, who is really far forward. But because the way that the play was working out was bot lane was actually crashing and then bouncing off the tower. So Revival's bot lane wasn't under a bunch of duress, and they knew that because they watched Lee Sin walk out the jungle. So Pulp reroutes to mid so that you can break out Orianna so they can look to fight around the dragon if that's the intention for AoE. Had about 15 seconds to do so, but in that brief time period where Pulp is like, hey, I gotta reroute to mid lane, they find this aggressive play in bottom side, go for the snap engage with Fizzy, and immediately this play just kind of goes to hell really quickly because there's multiple TPs that come in, everyone's flanking from every angle. But again, Pulp was further out than Trickster because he had been walking through the river. They were able to move their mid laner faster because mid had already been pushed out, and that means that AoE take another fight, take bottom tower, and take Dragon, all off the back of just a little bit of confusion thrown into them from Trickster walking into their jungle. Don't want to give all of it to him, but certainly really, really well played, understanding where they can strike on the map. Also props to Fizzy setting the whole thing up with just one play underneath the tower.
Yes, and yet again, it's coming down to Fizzy being such a good player for his team. While Darkwings is getting caught out, can't click the lantern from there, unfortunately. So Pulp will be able to get a good catch out, exactly what they need. But They are still in a troublesome spot here. Death Sentence connecting yet again. Beautiful flay. The anchor toss being used to just get out of harm's way. Sketch in a troublesome spot. That's the depth charger. CC locking him down. And that is Pulp finding yet another great catch.
Okay, they're at least climbing back slightly with a couple of kills, and it is going on to Pulp, which is a pretty important member only because he's the ball delivery and a good amount of burst damage to start with. Scooped is really far behind, so that's your consistent DPS who's in a bad place. But at minimum, Revival's able to find a couple of strikes across the map, but they're not really used to this position, being down about 4,000 gold, especially when their win conditions aren't doing particularly well, because, like, Scooped is DPS, but bigger, Sudsy with the Pulp combination isn't really strong enough to burst anyone out consistently, especially against Karma right now. Not to mention, Skepstreams is exceptionally fed, having the full Kraken Slayer, having full tier boots, and they've got control of the entire map walking into the 15-minute mark, walking into 3rd, 4th Dragon territory, so Revival can't even strike there. So everything that they're used to fighting for is pretty much off the board. They're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, play patient, try to get Kaisa into a place, maybe try to find some more picks with Sudsy Pulp, but this is a place that we haven't seen them in this entire series so far, which is on a back foot walking into mid-game.
And this just kind of comes into the play of Revival's mid-game, right? Their mid-game has always been one of their big strengths that they've been able to translate along with and see exactly what they'll be able to find for themselves. And like you were talking about, man, they're in this situation. It's uncharted territory for them inside the series, but Plutz is finding very charted territory for himself as he's finding himself getting jumped around, pushed around, but has not dropped just yet. Beautiful flash to come out, and Plutz not going to find himself going down just quite yet.
Yeah, that was actually quite a bit of a blunder, because that was a TP from Volibear. They invested for that, and literally nothing got invested except for Concept's ultimate and then the flash from Plux, which the flash from Plux is useful for setting an engagement, but again, most of the time it should be Pulp, like with an E or something like that most of the time anyway for engagement. So all things said and done, there was a lot that got wasted for AoE for very little. It's not killing them, obviously, as they were just attempting. I just am a little unsure why they put so many resources into Plux right there, trying to get that kill. I think maybe they thought it was going to turn into a big fight, but it ended up just, like, petering out and nothing happened, and so they got baited a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Plutz has been looking a bit juicy in a lot of these things. You know, so we've talked about him getting caught out in some of these situations. And he's a big playmaker for his team. This Concept taking the worst end of that trade from this Volibear. This Volibear has nothing to sneeze at. 1-0-1. But you were talking about it earlier, man. That this is a champion that does really well traditionally into the Renekton, and this Renekton wasn't able to pop off. 0-3-1. This is. You were talking about the team being in uncharted territory. This is uncharted for Concept.
I was about to say also, because, like, if that fight happened, even with Plux, I don't think he wins that because he doesn't have the Dominus to work with. And they burnt that in the fight in the mid lane, which is the only tool that got burnt. So that whole situation with AoE could have been just completely, validated if Concept had taken that fight against Volibear and didn't have the ult and ended up losing because of it, which would have been hysterical, and I might have lost my mind if that were the case. If they're that big brain to think that far ahead, where they're like, we're going to TP and move 4 members into mid lane to burn Renekton ultimate so that in side lane, Faisal can kill him on his own. But that's way too big brain for anybody. I think that was just an accident for the most part, as they try to make a Rift Herald play in the mid lane, but it's not going to work out. The tower still stands with a fraction of a health bar so far.
Get Volibear over here on the side, man. He is hungry.
I think he just kills it if he presses.
Shockwave! It connected!
Yes!
They got the Aphelios!
Okay. I guess Thresh Lantern is enticing because he just stood there and I think was waiting for it, but not taken. And also, Aphelios being off the map is a fair amount of gold that you're now missing. So this could just be a dragon to slow things down. This is a Revival move to be able to find something like this out of nowhere. That's a hero play from Sudsy, getting a kill for himself as well as confirming the first Mountain Soul, which helps him because its armor and magic is... This is crazy. There's no reason that any of this should have happened over the last few minutes.
I mean, we've been singing the praises of Sketch, right? And we have been doing that throughout the entire series, and rightfully so. He's been the major carry of AOE throughout this series. But one of the main things that we have seen is he does play really far forward, right? And it's really good on Revival to say, hey, wait, he plays very far forward. Let's one bit of CC leads into a series of unfortunate events, an HP bar being deleted in an instant. Blink and you miss it. Aphelios getting taken down, and that's just one of those Sketch's things. He positions very aggressively, and he gets punished for it.
He does. Unfortunately, not able to make it out of the combination of the Orianna and the Diana ultimate, so that's just going to bring him down. Again, nothing that's too crippling so far from AOE, but their game from the early has slowed down immensely because we haven't seen as much from Trickster, who's been kind of the driving force behind a fair amount of what we're looking at. Notice also, if you will, like Faisal has dipped into Caulfields, so that means there's an aggressive item in the Bully Bear, so that's a little bit of tankiness you'll be missing on that regard. It's an AP Karma instead of a shielding Karma. They do need magic damage, so I do respect that, but it is going to end up getting outscaled pretty quickly by the likes of the Orianna and the Shockwave and things of that sort. And Kaisa is not super far behind, probably about half an item, if not like just a whole item's worth of gold at this point. It's probably somewhere in the realm of like 1,500 to 2,000 gold combined or behind.
Sketch caught out again. Beautiful flash to get away. Is going to be able to lay out a lot of damage. Good Zeph Sentence as well, and this time Sketch has flash to be able to keep them all at bay. As this is just now they're turning their attention over. They could potentially look for something big here if they so choose to please.
Excruciatingly patient right there from Sketch Dreams to wait through the Diana to flash the Shockwave instead, which was huge. And that's a big burst of damage that gets added on top of what the Diana brings. But that was a real fear that had come through. If he gets hit by that, he almost dies. Scoop is now just completely surrounded. He did get the tower, so maybe that's his caveat here. But
yeah.
That's a double.
I really like that move, by the way, from Fizzy. He realizes that if he kept walking forward after they saw the Kaisa W, that they knew that could have been bad. But TP coming in, they want to stop this Baron from happening.
Yeah, they do see that it's necessary. Okay, what's happening below us?
There's no Shockwave. There's nothing, though.
Not yet. The Shockwave will be coming up probably in somewhere in the realm of about 15 to 20 seconds. So there is that to consider. They also still have Cult, who doesn't have ultimate either, but you do have the ability to dive in here. They just need to put on pressure, especially if the Trickster
they're going for the fight, but it's going to be the Alligator getting crocked down. It's still the Volibear looking to continue on forward. It's going to be Plutz getting jumped onto now, has the flash over the wall. They are going to be able to lay out a little bit of damage back onto him, trying to keep this Lee Sin at bay. Here we go, the re-engage. Beautiful three-man Shockwave to be able to connect on forward, but the Affiliates is over here inside the backside, but Diana's deleting people in the back. Scoop rejoins the fray just in time. Lee Sin's over here onto the side. Beautiful safeguard to keep himself safe. But it is going to be two members of each side left surviving.
This is what I'm talking about. The win condition from Revival is pairing this Diana and this Orianna ultimate together. And you see the reason why. They had to stall this fight for so long to finally get those two tools together. And eventually, you're able to land this massive three-man Shockwave into the Diana, who's able to hit 4 people with that star, or Moondrop, I think is what it's called. And eventually, Scoop ends up cleaning a fair amount of this up. And the other two can't stand around. This was a Baron attempt that they were trying to convert into a legitimate play. All they did was burn the Flash of Flux, end up stalling out, and it ended up being a decent trade of kills for Revival, stalling out the Baron play, not giving up too much gold. They're buying time in this game. They're buying themselves gold in this game, which is good. They're still on a tremendous back foot right now, but at least they're still living. Revival is throwing punches.
Yeah, Revival's throwing punches, and honestly, they're leaving bruises, and you can see the itemization that's coming out here, and that's a big reason why, right? Like, this Orianna has a build path that she's going for that's going really well into the mid, hasn't been able to complete that tier, but you look across the board here on the Diana and also this Kaisa, they're getting some of these core itemizations built. They're starting to get into this powerful mode inside this mid game. I feel like Sketch does need to pay a little bit more respect to this Orianna, especially. This is the 3rd time that the Shockwave has been used on them and just been used as a tool for them. But Pulp and caught out of position, but they can't Sketch again. Goes down. They have to sacrifice 2 to be able to make that happen. Volibear's inside of the backside. It's Sudsy who's going to be able to stay alive, though. Scoop is over here on the side. It is Darkwings and Trickster still alive and ready to go here. They're going to be able to lay a good chunk onto Scoop. Beautiful flash to come on out. Going to be able to lay a good amount of damage, but just going to be tickling that Lee Sin, as not going to be anything further to happen. You already used your flash. Does have to be careful here. It looks like it is just going to be them backing away here. The HP bars can be something that you don't want to mess with here. 1 cube from this Lee Sin is all it takes.
Oh my goodness. Ridiculous out of Pulp right there to find that Moonfall in such a clutch situation. Didn't even burn the Shockwave either, so they could look for a re-engage right here if Darkwings and Trickster are not okay. They've got
TP
4
coming
members
in?
to 3. Plux, or my bad, Pulp is on his way as well, as it's Volibear who teleports into this situation. Who else is left? Well, we're just waiting for the reinforcements to end up, so it will be a 5-on-5, and it seems like AoE is pushing in, Revival not really wanting, so they're going to give up this dragon, which is fair. But Revival, they continue to find fights. How? They're finding the big ultimates. They're finding the necessary plays to actually keep themselves relevant. They can't give up another dragon, but goodness gracious, they've been able to slow this game down so heavily from the beginning.
Yeah, and it's been the Lee Sin Karma staying alive at the end of each one of these fights. And here we go.
Oh,
Death
no.
Sentence connecting,
Oh,
and
no.
yet again, Concept caught out of place. Kick him in there. Beautiful for Pulp to get away. Doesn't get kicked into the fray of everything, but will still go down. Sketch finds that kill. Shockwave yet again connecting on Aphelios. Is going to be able to stay alive this time. Is trying to farm up his camps to make sure he's getting that HP, but the depth charge is going to be able to go off. Has the Ignite ticking away on him as well. That's going to be Karma being taken away. Now the chase continues on forward. It's the Volibear getting eviscerated on his HP. That Kraken Slayer putting in absolute work. Lisa not able to find the re-engage for his team. His group is going to continue going forward. He finds the quadra kill. Will he be able to find it? He does not find the pentakill. Denied by Sudsy.
Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. How do they keep getting away with this, Travis? What
Oh
do you
my
mean?
god.
They got 2 members picked off. How? How did they find that fight? No reason to go under the tower. Immediately, Trickster, he's able to find like a kick in the middle of that against the Pulp. They find the hook, immediately their front line's dead. So that's the first thing. They find Pulp, can't quite get the insect because of that perfect E that comes through. And they burn a decent amount, but it's not anywhere near enough. And Pulp goes down eventually. Like, this
Look at the
Shockwave is
Shockwave.
hilarious.
Aphelios.
He tries to hit 2 members, misses both, but ends up hitting Sketchstream somehow, and Fizzy's too far up. Then Faisal has to frontline, and all of a sudden Darkwings has to step up so you can find the W, gets pulled, ends up going down, and they're making this front-to-back happen from Scoops. Trickster misses first Q onto Kaisa, gonna miss a second Q onto Kaisa, and can't get onto the damage threat at all during the course of this fight, and these hooks from Plux are setting this up. That's the quadra kill. Yes, we have to be pissed that Sudsy ends up stealing this one, but still,
Dramatic zoom in
Revival-
deserved.
It was absolutely deserved, yes. But Revival is so ridiculously clutch in these situations. They've taken the gold lead in this game, Travis. They're up 500 gold from a point where we never thought they would come back from. We thought that AOE had this one in the bag, or at least had all of the pressure, and they've given away all of it.
Dude, it was a 4K difference in gold just a minute ago. And all of a sudden, everything is falling into place in favor of Revival. This is their strength. This is where they feel comfortable in this mid game. It is showing here, even though they're finding members getting taken out, they keep getting, like you were saying, man. And Scoop taking a big amount of damage. They're finding Darkwings on the side. Blood's finding the engages time and time again. But now it's going to be Pulp looking to see what they'll be able to do. That's going to be Shockwave connecting onto all of them. Concept into the backside. Their HP bars are not long for the world. They're trying to get the CC out. They're trying to do what they can. Sketch is still alive, but the Lee Sin is slipping. And Revival, they only lose 1 member, and they are in complete control.
I don't think they're out yet because they kept sketch streams alive, which is really important. I also want to give massive props during that replay. If we get a chance to see that fight, keep your eyes on Trickster because he did something dirty in the middle. But again, a pick off on the side to remove the shields and all of the AP damage, and your ability to actually push in between the towers is humongous. Again, keep your eyes on Trickster. This is Darkwings gets caught out. Plux has been finding picks all. This has been incredible. It's been awesome. So that's the first pick on the Darkwings. And then you find like this pull into Diana. The Moonfall comes through with Shockwave, but the kick gets Pulp out of the way. This could have been 3 members falling immediately to the combination of Moonfall and Shockwave. Were it not for that hero kick, it still ends up being 1 person going down, a couple more towers going down just because of the Baron buff. But still, Trickster did have a hero play in that. I don't want to take that away from AOE, but they are bleeding in this game because this combination of AOE ultimates and Scoop's proximity to everything, ability to front to back all the time, is making it impossible for AOE to fight back.
And it's also like the itemization that's coming out too. By the way, Diana went away from that Rocky Belt, went for this Harvester, looking to lay out the deeps when they do go in. And even though Pulp is dying, look at the tremendous amount of damage they got. They get another catch onto Plutz, but I don't think that's who you want. He's running as fast as he possibly can. The depth charge was on the Aphelios, but the inside track is on Revival. They are saying, come on, come all. We will take your inhibitor if you do not challenge us here. Sudsy looking for the angle, has that Shockwave available. Could be a very big fight happening here, but it looks like it's just going to be them trying to march their way towards this dragon here.
Yeah, I think they're comfortable taking a 5-on-5 in the right situation. However,
They get the hook and going for Fizzy. Knock him over, though. Not going to amount to anything further.
yeah, they wrestle away that blast cone, which is an important aspect that, like, now Trickster is pretty much the only one that can start the fight.
Oh.
You gotta be real careful there, Trickster.
We have seen these games end in one fight.
We really have. And this could be that fight right here and right now. This could be the rock that everybody kind of breaks off of. It's difficult. This is a proper setup. You're giving a lot of time to AoE to try to find a flank angle. If they're able to get one for Trickster, maybe they can find a perfect kick and get onto Scoop. As it's been perfect protection for Scoop through most of these fights. It's about also connecting these AoE ultimates. You've got one lane to fight in. You know exactly where they're coming from if you're on AoE.
Yes, then it connects, but here we go. We got Concept into the backside.
Wow.
Beautiful from the Diana, but Diana is gone. Sketches over here into the backside. Doesn't get hit by the shockwave. It's going to get tagged by the Depth Charge. We got Lee Sin over here into the back line. It's going to go down to Scoop. Scoop is looking to just run it back, lay out the damage that he needs to. Use that stopwatch to make sure to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Let's run it back further. Quadra kill. Will it be Sunsy taking it from him yet again? Scoop will not be able to get it yet again, but it is an ace. Sunsy still defends it yet again. Scoop.
Sunsy, why are you doing this to poor Scoop? 2 in a row. He's been getting bullied a good amount of this series. I just wanted to see him pop off beyond belief. And Sunsy steals another one. This is another fight. First off, Concept is a hero in this one because he backlines and they allow the trade of Faisal for Concept. And Faisal is certainly much tankier and also does a fair amount in terms of CC for this team. And Plux also just with like this locket is perfectly fine. But Concept buys time for Pulp. Pulp can't quite get the Moonfall off fast enough to get that damage. The Shockwave is huge because it takes out one. The Gore Drinker stalls a little bit of time, but it's not too much. I thought Sketchstreams almost clutched this, but losing Crescendum Severum is humongous for like what actually happens in this fight. It means he has to switch off of that lifesteal. Can't take the fight against Scooped at that point unless he's able to get the right thing. So the Zonia's bought time. Why would you do this, Sudsy? Why? Oh, pain. But Revival have got this team fighting thing down apparently because they have not lost one in like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've looked completely indomitable, and it's also the composition they have, right? Like, they have all this, you talked about it earlier, AoE, CC that has been effective, the depth charge, always on this Aphelios. Sketch cannot do anything on this champion. He's 777, and he's got to hope that that's his lucky number because this is where his team has to turn it around at this point in time. This is not something that AoE is able to do. They don't have any more breathing room. They have to be able to pick up the dub here against Revival to continue this on and keep their dreams alive of being able to win the grand finals here.
The thing I want to pay attention to also, I want to pay a lot of I'm trying to think. I want to give a bunch of praise here to Scooped and to Plux because the entire series they've been on the back foot. They haven't been. Okay, I'm gonna wait through this because it looks like Plux actually isn't in a great situation right now. Maybe this leads to a fight.
Plutz is in, but I mean that's what Plutz has been doing, man. And then look, Scooped over here into the backside, gets kicked away from the rest of the fight here. Sketch is going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Pulp's going to find himself being taken away here, but Concept is big. He is laying in the deep. He finds a double kill for himself. Now Sketch is going to be able to lay out some damage on the Concept himself. It's going to be the stopwatch coming on through. Scoop is going to get jumped onto. It's just going to be the Lee Sin trying to buy some time, though, as it's going to be him going legendary. Sketch got tagged there. Is going to have to try and work his way around this, but it's just going to be the attention from Revival put onto this Baron.
I thought they wanted the smoke for sketch streams, but no, they're just going to go for the Baron, which is the far safer play. They're winning fight after fight at this point. Revival is a train that just does not stop. This was like, they had an attempted pick onto the likes of Plux. They had to pull off a little bit because of Pulp's positioning, who ends up getting this massive Moonfall in the back. I'm curious what happened also because, like, Scooped had to get pushed out of this fight. Okay, that's what it was. The ultimate kicked him way too far out and wasn't able to do enough to start the fight. That's why Scoop took so long to actually get involved. Concept actually clutched really well, finding a couple of kills on this very low gold Renekton. This stopwatch also buys enough time for Sudsy, and everything gets broken at this point. Jungle, by Trickster, tries to find a way in, gets over the wall. Gore Drinker stalls for a little more time, but it doesn't mean anything, because all it means is another fight for Revival, another Baron for Revival, now sitting up about 7,000-8,000 gold at this point, just trying to figure out a way to finish this game in a way so that they can take their 3-0 and their victory of UPL right here and right now.
Yeah, the gold lead is continuing to grow further and further out of control, and AOE have had no choice but to watch it happen. This train, as you said earlier, it has no brakes. All aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Revival is showing exactly what their strengths as a team are here in this mid game, and Now they're just moving around the map. You can see just beautiful movement coming out here. Look at this, man. You talked about it earlier, giving Scoop props. Look at the itemization that's come from this 11-2 and 11 Kaisa, and also this Oriana 5-2 and 21. Sutsy's been putting in work with a fully stacked Magi's.
Yeah, have a discussion really quick. Okay, wait. I don't think we can. We're not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we're not gonna be allowed to.
No, not allowed. It looks like another
Plutz
death
is
sentence to connect on the Plutz, but Plutz is doing a great job of being able to tank every single thing they look to do.
Wait.
Sketch is not going to be able to hit that Moonlight Vigil onto anybody onto the bad side. It's going to be Pulp trying to see if he'll be able to find the angle, but it's going to be Sketch just left in the middle of the rest of Revival.
Wait.
Another double kill. Scoop is looking for it. He's going to see if he can find it this time. He tries to get far away from his team. Sunsy gets the kill there. And yet again, Darkleaf is going to be able to take out Kaisa, so there's no hope of yet another quadra for Scoop. But this is going to be the game, it looks like here. Revival. They're bearing it down. They have the death timers in favor of themselves. And this Nexus is gone, man. Revival pick up a 3-0 in the grand finals.
Incredible performance from them in 3 completely different ways. Somehow Revival comes out against the top level competition, players who have so much kind of pedigree and a lot of expectations behind their introduction to both the amateur and into the proving ground scene, and they squash every hope of them being considered a top team because Revival says, we're the champions, we're the better team, we're going to win this game no matter what. Down 4,000 gold, still able to find it. One of the closest 3-0s I think we've ever seen inside of amateur, inside of UPL, whatever you want to call it, but still a 3-0 nonetheless for Revival.
It really is, man, and it was a phenomenal game here, and really and truly, congratulations to Revival here as they pulled out all the stops. They pulled out so many different things. You got to give a shout out to not only the top 3, the players in the top and the mid and the jungle world, right? But you also got to look at Scoop the Plutz down here in the bot side. They had the mental fortitude to hold on, and when it mattered the most, man, they were popping off inside of game number 3. But with that being said, Rebel, do you have any closing moments you want to say here for the last game here of the UPL Grand Finals?
To have like the most unbreakable will, because I would have just forfeited immediately after having my second pentakill stolen by Sudley in a row. But how about development from Revival last season, getting shut out in the finals, able to actually win it against really, really high level of competition. Our competition gets better every single season, and right here you saw it as multiple of these area of effect teams were able to make runs. And I want to give no dismay to them because Revival is an exceptional team. So Will's, Kittens, Randoms, everybody that lost to them on their way to the finals, you all did fantastic. You're great teams. This is just a raid boss, as you can see. All of their players are capable of carrying. They always are able to succeed at their win condition if you're not shutting them out, and they were able to find a win yet again. Big props to Revival, who are looking like the complete package that we expected them to look like after their success in the beginning of Proving Grounds last season. And all I can say is, show me more. That's what I want. Show me more.
I'm ready for it, man. We're getting ready for a wild ride of Proving Grounds. So it's been phenomenal to be able to see it yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here on the cast. We have our analyst test to close us out and talk about this 3-0 from Revival. So, ladies and gentlemen, check them out. Take it away, boys.
Thank you. Travesty and Rebel Fox, I guess, but whatever.
It's the last
Ladies
thing,
and
man. Be
gentlemen.
nice.
Whoa. Give my man Dean Merrick some credit, man. He
Bro,
did
you
a
don't
great job on the
understand, Rafa.
cast.
Bro, my man has had my number the entire game, and I don't mean by my phone, bro. It's been ridiculous, but you're right, though. Last cast of the season. Of course, got to give a shout out to my main man, Dean Rebel Fox, living at 413.
Wait.
Like we said, though, thank you, casters, and thank you all for watching as well. Revival did not disappoint. Both 3-0s. They are your Upsurge Premier League champions, and well deservedly so. This honestly not only cements their victory here, but moving forward into Proving Grounds. Beats on Rafa. I gotta say, I'm excited to see what roster can bring out. I know from spring to summer they've had rocky beginnings and shaky endings, but one thing I want to take home with Chikro, because he's telling me one of the coaches, is remember what we did. Well, past remember what you did. I want to look forward to what you can do. And if it's any resemblance of what we saw here today, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic Proving Grounds. But beatdown. Starting off with you, let's talk a bit about that game, homie.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's most interesting is that the game, for the most part, was really in favor of AOE Will's Kittens. Like, we had a really strong early game showing. Trickster on the Lee Sin was coming in really big. Mark, you even highlighted it when we saw it from the draft. You're like, yo, that's very likely going in Trickster's hands because he is a wizard with that champion. And we saw what that looked like. And but still, Revival keep finding these openings. They keep finding these fights to be able to actually start catching up here. And I think this is not quite the 3v5, but actually this is where you see Scooped finally start to get more value on the ADC pick here in the Kaisa. Look at how quickly that fight just turns. Like, Revival aren't scared even when they're behind. And I understand, like, they're up 2-0 in the series, but I think this is how they always play. Like, if they think there's an opening, even if they're down X thousand amount of gold, like, they'll take it.
I'm gonna hop in real quick just to chirp in on Beatdown's point. Absolutely right. This was by far the best opening from AOE this entire series, and they still couldn't close out the game, which it just goes to speak volumes about the strength and resilience of Revival as a team. This was the first time in the series where they had a goal deficit across the board. And strangely enough, this was also the first time where Scooped didn't look like he was getting gapped in the AD role. Early laning phase, of course, laning phase, Sketch and Fizzy were having their way. But this time around in team fights, it seemed like it was Scooped that was leading the charge and being able to come around. And he was showing himself to be the most competent marksman on the Rift in games 1 and 2. Even when Revival were able to pull out clutch wins in late game moments, I wasn't necessarily impressed with Scooped. I know Scooped is a strong player, but it always looked like Sketch Dreams was getting robbed of games because of how immaculate he was playing. This time around, Scooped was the one that was showing, as Beatdown was talking, the big on the table this time around. So,
That's right.
Props to Scooped for also having not only strong resilience in this series, but also strong resilience of being denied 3 potential pennas in the late game, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, like, I was, what did you call it? What'd you call it, Ravi? Scumbag of the Year award or something? Like,
Whoa. Let's not just put this right on me here, brother. Let's not
bro,
just throw
I'll
me
find,
under
I'll
this
say it. Yo,
fiction of what's
Sudsy,
up.
that was 3. Count my fingers. 3 pentas he was supposed to have. You took them all from him. And the last one, you let him get shut down by Karma.
And you'll be, you know why? And for that reason, Sudsy is our MVP of the series, bro.
No.
Okay. So this is while we're memeing that he did kind of come out some pennas away from Scooped. Sudsy throughout this entire series was incredibly consistent on the Syndra in game 1, and then even in the we saw the Orianna gameplay in game 3 this time around. Those shockwaves were incredibly massive. And even in game 1, I remember a lot of the scatter of the weak stuns that Sudsy had were just absolutely incredible. Being able to pick out members and clutch out team fights. Sudsy, even when jungle is getting invaded on, Pulp is not necessarily finding the best engages or getting picked off in before a fight starts out, Sudsy is still finding a way to impact fights.
Yeah, and like, all jokes aside, of course, he had a great series. Even when he was playing the Yone there in game 2, he found a lot of, well, one, he just put out a lot of damage that game, a lot of clutch team fight moments there with that Fate Sealed, and overall, just he's always reminding us why he's kind of the staple of this team here on Revival. The way he is played around and what that does for them when he's playing well, which is, I mean, most of the time, to be honest.
Continue throughout this series, the Revival showed the consistency, the resilience, as you all mentioned before, and then coming out on top only really cements what this team is here to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, though, but that'll be all and everything here from us here on UPLS. I do want to thank you all for watching, of course. Pizza on Boulevard and seeing Rafa R&B there. Appreciate being at the desk with me, Pizza, especially Broski. Yo, be by my
Sir.
side throughout the entire
Mhm.
desk, bro. All
I know,
these
all
weeks,
this
man,
time.
you and me, man. It's just,
Months.
years even, brother.
Dude, lifetimes.
Millennia.
Millennia.
But
I'm in your head, bro.
absolutely, you're rent free to. It's exactly where I want you, broski. And big shout out to, of course, to our production team. Right, hey, it's me, Hypertension, Ebron, for coming in clutch as always, and a caster throughout the entire season. Rebel Fox Travesty, Chilling Walk, and of course, Mad Magical, and you all for watching. It's been honor and pleasure to be your host throughout for UPL. With that being said, I've been Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.